For those of you who are able, please stand and join us in the invocation. And please remain standing if you're able to, and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. We have Father Anderson D'Souza here from St. Mary Catholic Church. Father, if you'll come forward and lead us in the invocation, please.
Let us pray. God our Father, we are here in your presence as citizens and members of the Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach. We ask your presence, your love and grace upon all of us. We ask that you send through the City Council members the light of the Holy Spirit to light their minds and their hearts for the better of our citizens. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much for that. If you do have a cell phone or electronic item, if you could put it on silent or vibrate while we're conducting the business here. That brings us to item number 4 on the agenda, which is the approval of the agenda. If we could get a motion from the council. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. We do have some changes to the agenda as well. Let's see. On the consent agenda, item 7.5, the contract with the Red Speed Florida LLC. We have a presentation on that, so we're going to need to move that, as well as item 7.6 on the consent agenda for the acceptance of construction and utility easement at 201 Brook Street Southeast, and item 11.2, ordinance 2167, amending COO Chapter 9 on offenses needs to be postponed until December. So with those changes, I'm sorry, Mr. Walker.
Yeah, citizen wrote in about item 7.2. We'll do that after this change on the agenda.
Sure, we can move it out of there. Absolutely.
Set that aside for future discussion.
Along with the changes. Gotcha. We have a motion by Councilman Walker, seconded by Councilman Meade, to accept approval of the agenda with the modifications that we discussed. Any further comments? Seeing none, please vote. And that motion does pass 5-0. Which brings us to item 5. I think we'll do, Mr. Walker, you were one after the consent agenda, correct? Yes. Brings us to item 5, which is proclamations. We have a proclamation tonight. Mr. Peters will present. Yeah, I can read it. Okay, absolutely. This is a proclamation whereas the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated was founded in November 17, 1911 at Howard University in Washington, D.C., works for the achievement of brotherhood and community uplift, and has addressed many important issues throughout its history. And whereas the fraternity will focus attention on its accomplishments during the month of November, and its theme will be Omega Men. Omega Men, building a better society with the friendship and foundation. And whereas members of the Fort Walton Beach chapter Psi Iota will honor men and women in the community for their outstanding achievements during the past year, and will also recognize the winners of their 2024 scholarships and national essay contests at their Founders Day Appreciation Celebration, November 23rd, 2024. And whereas the week-long program of academic and social activities will serve to inform the public of the fraternity, its history, objectives, and community achievements. Now, therefore, I, Nick Allegretto, by virtue of the authority vested in me as Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Fort Walton Beach, do hereby proclaim November 17th to the 23rd, 2024 as Achievement Week in Fort Walton Beach, and extend best wishes to all participants for a most successful program. All right. Excellent.
Forgive me, I actually did not prepare any words. I expected another brother here to be to speak on our behalf. But as Basilis, president of the local chapter, I just want to thank the city of Fort Walton Beach and the mayor pro tem for acknowledging us and proclaiming this week as we continue to do our duty, which is to serve the community. This fraternity was started 113 years ago, November 17th, 113 years ago, and we have been leaders in the community and at this point, actually in the world, supporting the uplift of mankind in our communities, and we strive to continue to do forth as we continue for the next 113 years. So thank you.
There's a proclamation. We get a picture in here if you guys squeeze in. All right, next up, we've got one of the greater things that we do here in the city is our ACE Awards for our high school students, one from Choctaw, one from Fort Walton Beach. I'm filling in for Mayor Reinerson on this part tonight. He loves doing this. But first, we'll bring up Addison McBride from Choctaw. Addison is a Choctawhatchee High School ACE Award recipient for the month of November. She has a GPA of 4.69 and is ranked third in her class. She's a student IB, AP Honors, Dual Enrollment Program. She has achieved the Indian Scholar Award 3 years in a row and was nominated to the Congress of Future Medical Leaders 2 years in a row. Addison has served in various roles for the community, in honors sign painting, data served with Trinity United Methodist Church, JV football concessions, Alabama Rural Ministry, Toy Run, Pryor Middle School Sports, Ronald McDonald House, Spirit Coordinator for the class, and many, many more. Do you have a few words what you're going to do when you graduate?
So my plan is to go to Florida State University after I graduate, and I just recently decided to make the switch from majoring in architecture and interior design to nursing. So I'm very excited.
All right, I'm going to hand you this, and we'll get Devin to take a picture. Congratulations. All right, next up from Fort Walton Beach High School, Caitlin Dew. Caitlin Doe. It was one of two, and I chose the wrong one. Caitlin is Fort Walton Beach High School's ACE Award recipient for the month of November. She has a weighted GPA, also of 4.69, and is ranked third in her class. Caitlin has a 30 super score on the ACT and a 1380 composite score on the SAT. She is also a student of the AP, AICE, and dual enrollment programs. Caitlin has received several school awards, including Sunshine State Scholar nominee, an AP Scholar with distinction, Viking Scholar, Northwest Florida State College President's List, and receiving first place in forensic science at the HOSA Emerald Coast Regional Competition. She has served as a girls soccer team manager, a girls state delegate, and a Viking lady. Plenty of clubs she's involved to, and I'd like to hear what you're doing after.
First off, I would like to thank the Fort Walton Beach City Council for honoring me here today. Right now, I'm not really sure where I want to go, but I have applied to many Florida schools, and I plan to major in health science and go into radiology or sonography.
Excellent. All right. Congratulations. All right, and two more special awards we'd like to honor our employees that serve with the city for multiple increments of 5 years. We have Trisha Quinones at the golf course, who's been here 15 years, and I hadn't seen her, but let's give her a round of applause. And this next lady, 20 years, that does a great job on all of our budgeting stuff and spends many, many hours on that. 20 years, Carol Godwin. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, sure. That was this was a phase 3 of the landing project. We phase 1 was awarded in 2023. Phase 2 was April 2024, both to GLC through the competitive bid process with the city. The last bid was sent out in April. They're expecting, I'm hoping to get the stage complete by the end of, I'm hoping fall of 2025. That phase 3 is the majority of that, but phase 3 is inside the construction zone of phase 2. So to prevent a year-long delay in phase 3 starting, the city has recommended moving forward with phase 3 with the same contractor that's down there that was awarded the first 2 bids in a total amount $638,672.99. Includes retention wall extensions, ADA concrete pads, all the electrical pedestals, handrails, turf installation, tiered seating, site work and fill, and some stairs and seating walls, as well as the demolition of existing concrete overlook area.
And Mr. Peters, the reason that this has been removed is there was an email that the council received today at 10 a.m. From Ms. Donnelly regarding the artificial turf installation. Her feelings were that removing the artificial turf from the phase 3 of this project would save the city $172,000, prevent health risks to the public, and prevent microplastics, including rubber infill runoff into the soil, the sound, and other local waterways. Is there any, I guess, reason or explanation as to why we're using turf in the park?
Absolutely. That's on the tiered seating areas. Placing regular grass in there would require an irrigation system, which would stain all the tiered seating, maintenance issues, mowing, growing grass, mud. So yeah, it's for where people will be seating.
Gotcha. Any further comment on that, Mr. Walker?
Thank you to hear that it's on the tiered stairwell, so that would be the place they walk in front where they're going to sit down.
Yeah, there's seating. Actually, there's tiered areas on the east side by the pocket beach that's completed. The area in front of the stage, and then where the overview is right now, that you can walk up the cables. All that will be removed. A big concrete pad that will be tiered steps all the way down to the water. And each tier would have turf instead of grass.
Are there other alternatives? I'm not familiar. I did not have, she did write it this morning. I haven't had a chance to look at the environmental concerns that she mentioned, but are there other alternatives that municipalities consider when they're looking at those type things? I know dryscaping, no water required is, some options out there. Dryscaping, I think they call it, so they don't have to worry about those things. And I just didn't know if there were any alternatives to these environmental impacts that she claims are there. I don't know it, neither here nor there about it.
Turf or grass. And again, the grass would, on a day-to-day maintenance operation, mowing, watering, mud type stuff like that. The turf is what has been recommended in the design and moving forward.
So in that space there, being only grass and artificial turf, there's no, in my mind, I'm just thinking bleachers. I grew up on bleachers, everybody did, and are there not any aluminum options / metal options that could go there?
No, it was the design plans. It's more of it's not solely based on the concerts, although there's a stage there, but it's more so for viewing. It's a nice seating area, different tiers of it overlook the water, and have lunch or whatever you want out there. So it wasn't more like an athletic event or a concert event. So no, we didn't want to put aluminum bleachers in there. That'd be extremely hot.
And I'm sorry, I was just thinking of the tiered approach, and I was calling the tiered approach the bleacher, and I was curious, just if I can, the seating area that the customers and visitors will be seated on. It's not turf, right?
It is.
Oh, they're actually sitting on turf, and their feet are on turf on that tiered. It's all turf.
Well, it'll be turf, and then it'll step down so they can sit on the edge with their feet hanging over it. so we're up against the back wall.
What I was going to say is I'll give you another question here in a minute.
Sure.
I know Councilman Smith had a question
Sure,
as well.
yeah, I think I'm done for now anyway.
This, I don't know if Danny's here. Oh, there he is. It might be more for you. I'm assuming when the engineering was done for this, we had a proper storm water plan, so we don't get runoff from this onto the bay and stuff like that. So I'm imagining that stormwater runoff won't be a problem with this turf there.
That's correct, but yeah. They put a rock base it perks water through it. So yeah, it would not run into the bay.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mead.
And as far as the financial impact of this, I'm assuming as with the other phases that we've approved, the price given and the price requested to approve tonight is in line with the other two phases and is competitive. And
It is.
Anyone else?
Just on that environmental concern, maybe Daniel, more to you, has there been any studies regarding these artificial turfs? I mean, we're all concerned about the water here, so when I hear a citizen state that there could be some runoff that ends up out there, but what is the environmental impact of this turf on our local waterways, if there are any? And then Jeff, did you say that under all turf areas there's going to be a gravel base, including so it's tiered seating, and then off to the side of it where there is more turf, there's rock base underneath it that collects the water that prevents runoff into the into the bay? Okay. Any other environmental information?
Daniel Payne, Public Works Utility Services Director. Not that I'm aware of. I'm sure just like anything else, there's different levels of turf, from carpet type deal to stuff that's probably a little bit better quality that has to have a section. I know that there's a section in there where they have to prepare the base and the subgrade and everything else like that on there. You know, from sand to rock to grass to turf. I mean, it's going to vary a little bit from here to here. I have no knowledge of any microplastic type deal or anything else like that, but we know it's pretty common in areas that we see, I think, even on the island side as well. So it hasn't been brought up to me, unless Jeff has anything on that end. I really don't have too much to add.
Maybe the last statement or question. Jeff, with this request, if we were to push it off to allow time for a gathering of information on the environmental impact of the grass or the sod, is that going to create a huge problem, a minor problem?
It would cause a delay in the project, and yeah, I mean, potentially, yeah, back the project off another 6 or 8 months. Because it's tied in with other stuff as far as the grading. They grade it, that's included in the grading, to grade the areas where the seed walls were. And there's been turf already installed on the east side, so it'd be almost identical to that side. That's already been
East side at the landing phase 1, it's already there. I've not seen it. I've been down there, but it must be on the other side of the fence.
It's on the other side of the construction fence. It's right in front of the pocket beach and the dock, and that was done with artificial turf, so ideally the sides would match.
Anyone else with a question on this item? Anyone from council wish to make a motion? I'll move that we approve the Fort Walton Beach Landing Improvements Phase 3 to GLC Contracting Incorporated in the amount of, sorry, I lost the amount. Mr. Peters, is $638,672.99.
second.
I have a motion made by me, seconded by Councilman Meade to approve Phase 3 of the Landing Improvement Project for $638,672.99. Any further comments from council? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, council please vote. It does pass 4-1. And I do thank Ms. Donnelly for sharing those concerns. It was a good discussion. That moves us on to item 8,
I'm sorry?
Do the 7.5 and the 7.6.
Okay, I thought we were removing them from the agenda. Moving them from the
For
consent agenda?
discussion and.
Okay, I got you. All right. So then we're not there yet. We'll move on to item 7.5, the contract with Red Speed Florida LLC via piggyback of plantation contract RFP number 005-24 for school zone photo enforcement. Chief Beige.
Good evening, Robert Beige, Chief of Police for the City of Fort Walton Beach, and I also have Greg Parks here, who's the Vice President of Red Speed. So if there's any questions for the vendor is here to also answer any questions. As you're aware, we had 3 meetings in front of City Council. We had one on June 25th, 2024 to discuss the concept of photo enforcement in school zones, which passed. And then after that, on September 10th and September 24th was the first and second reading of our ordinance. The purchasing department and myself had looked through various contracts across the state of Florida, and we identified Red Speed as the best vendor for the city of Fort Walton Beach. Some of the things that Red Speed will provide to us is a comprehensive traffic study prior to placing out any photo enforcement, comprehensive training on the system, complete equipment and maintenance and support, a turnkey program with advanced technology, flexible equipment options, and one of their equipment options is a solar powered option. So we'd be able to power it off solar versus electricity. Inclusive software and equipment, management of multiple lanes of enforcement, the 30-day public education and warning period, which is required by the ordinance, and they all have an effective and efficient implementation. I reached out to the chief of High Springs, which is just south of I-10 on I-75. They were one of Red Speed's first customers in the state of Florida, and they are one of the customers that are actually fully operational in issuing of citations. The chief of High Springs had nothing but the best to say about Red Speed and how efficiently they put their system in and how good their customer support was if there were small issues that came up, and that it was truly a turnkey product. The other thing I'd like to point out, it was the vendor that requested us to pull this off consent, because in the statute it does say that the ordinance and any contract or renewal of the contract has to be open for a public hearing with public comment.
All right, thank you, Chief Beige. I'll ask the first question. What type of time frame, and I know this is probably also a question for the vendor, but what type of time frame should this be approved here tonight? Would we start seeing some sort of installation of the equipment so that we could begin that 30-day period of informing the public?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Greg Parks, Red Speed. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. There's a few variables in that, sir, but 60 to 90 days. The longest piece is the permitting piece, and I assume these roads are a mix.
They're mid-stated.
Yeah, so local would obviously likely a quicker turnaround. And then the other variable would be the chief through you all elects the solar option or the power that sometimes the power company it can be a slight later, but 60 to 90 days is a direct answer.
Okay, and then my second and final question would be, if we were to experience some sort of issue with the system where either a camera is down or it's giving a false reading or anything like that, what type of time frame could we expect as a city for you to respond?
If it had a false reading, it would be instantaneous.
Okay.
We commit contractually to 1 to 2 days on anything. Sometimes a pole knockdown can be a little bit longer, but we don't get compensated if a ticket is not written, is not held valid by either the motorist or the respective adjudication. So we're very motivated.
Gotcha. Anyone else with questions? Mr. Smith?
Would this contract in any way, shape, or form change if these systems were only turned on during the light activated timing versus being turned on from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. or all day or anything like that? Would the contract change?
Thank you, Council. There is nothing contractually obligating a price change in there. We probably would like to visit if we go from 7 hours a day to 1 hour a day. But we work for you. So.
Anyone else with questions? Seeing none, do we have any motion here on this item from the council?
glasses are in the car, but I moved it weird. I make the motion that we move forward with staff's recommendation.
Thank you. All right, I have a motion by Mr. Mead, seconded by Ms. DeBerry to move forward with the Red Speed Florida LLC contract for RFP number 005-24 for school zone photo enforcement. Any further comments from the council? Mr. Walker.
I'd like to make one. If memory serves me right, I voted against funding this to begin with, so that'll remain my vote on this. I'll be not supporting this motion.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, that vote passed, so this is a completely different scenario. I will say this is selecting the vendor. You know, if our staff and our chief thinks that this is the right vendor to go with, then I'm probably going to support that, with the caveat of, I wasn't at that second meeting when this actually passed, of just maintaining that I am not for these things running consistently. I am still of the mindset that when the light's on, the yellow light's blinking, then that's when the camera should be on. When that light's off, then I believe that cameras should be off. So I will support the motion, kind of with that little asterisk at the end of it.
Anyone else from council wish to speak on this? Yeah, I mean, we're done with questions at the moment, but if you'd like to make a statement, you certainly can.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Smith, because I would like to see the lights go off.
Gotcha. Mr. Mead.
Mr. Smith, if you want to amend the motion on the floor.
Well, I don't know that we can, because I think that was a whole different ordinance that we approved back then, so I don't know how that runs in with this one, with us determining what we want to do light-wise.
Now, you're looking at the contract selection now, so.
We can give staff direction that we want to focus on this.
Exactly.
Okay.
You can make two separate motions, maybe with the contract selection and then followed by direction to staff.
Okay. I'll support the motion, and then maybe after that we'll do another motion with directing them to look at it with the cameras only being with the lights on.
I would like to add as well that, you know, when we did have this discussion last time, I think one of the things that was brought up, and it was probably brought up by me, but I did hear some nods of approval from the congregation out here. I heard those heads shaking up and down. Was just that, you know, there's a lot of times the kids get out of school at different times. And there's a lot of activities that take place around schools at different times as well. Not just those times when it's very busy, that hour when the light's flashing of kids being dropped off. So I think, you know, everybody could agree in the public that we don't want speeding in our neighborhoods. We don't want speeding around where there's kids, where there's schools, where there's things going on like that. So, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily be for that. However, I would certainly entertain staff to have a discussion with the vendor to say, hey, what's this look like both ways? And then come back to us with some sort of final resolution on that. Because I can certainly understand where you're coming from and what you're saying. I just think that it's important that it be enforced during the school day, as if there are kids crossing the street on Racetrack from Choctaw, walking across the street all during school, versus just the times at the beginning and end of the day. So, any further comments on the motion? If not, please vote. Oh, I'm sorry.
We gotta have a.
Yeah, my bad.
It's required by ordinance to have a public
I'm
comment.
totally sorry. That's my fault and my own inexperience. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this? Please state your name and address for the record.
Roger Main, 75 Whalen Circle. I was listening to the vendor. He said comprehensive study.
Yes, sir.
Could I get a short definition of that? Is it just the school zones where we're going to have the lights, or are we going to do a comprehensive study of the red light runners on Egland Boulevard and Bloody 98 and everywhere else, sir? Is that the kind of study
You
we're
want
going
me
to
to
do?
address the citizen?
Mr. Mayor, are you finished? Like, that's the
Yes,
question.
that's the question I had.
Gotcha.
Because when he says a comprehensive study, and I'm sure we're paying for it.
I mean, I could honestly answer the question for you. This is only related to school zones.
Okay.
Only.
So do we think, since we have an expert, that we might want to have a comprehensive study of The red light rangers on Eglin Boulevard, it's a pastime. Running red lights around here, blocking the box, it's a pastime.
Sure.
Thank you.
You got it. Anyone else from the public wish to comment on this particular item? Seeing none, now let's vote. It does pass 4-1. Mr. Smith, would you care to make a second motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to, I guess, do a fact finding on what the contract difference would be if we had the lights on, or the camera on only during the light times versus, I guess, what are they on right now? 8 hours, 10 hours a day? Is that what the school zone time is? 6:30 to 2:30 or something like that?
Each school zone varies, so it depends on which school zone you're in. And I believe it's a half hour before and a half hour after.
That's correct.
The school zone time, that accounts for after school activities, breakfast in the morning. I think the bigger thing that was brought up at the ordinance hearings was the carryover effect, that it has a greater carryover effect if you run it all day. So the issue that was brought up on Eglin Parkway and other places, you'd have the carryover effect to reduce speeding holistically across the neighborhood, and not just when you see the yellow lights flashing. It really goes to behavioral change. But we can bring back and bring it for discussion item, because tonight was about selecting the vendor, and then we can bring back an operational plan as we start with the outfitting of the sites and everything, and explain the two different philosophies to council, and then take direction from council. We can bring it back in the December meeting if the manager wants us to bring it back in December, and bring back both proposals for you and tell you exactly what the school hours are, what the times would be, and how the two plans would differ, whether we went with just school zone hours or if we went with the school day as the state statute allows.
And it honestly doesn't appear that we would even need a second motion to do that, correct? You would?
I don't think so. I mean, direction has been given, and we can do that for you.
Okay. Everybody on board with that? Mr. Meehan?
And I would, whatever gets us started, even if we start with just the light hours, but I would ask that you include in this study, perhaps you and I think of Choctaw High School because we drive past there frequently. They don't have a hard start-stop time because students have different hours.
Correct.
So maybe one of your 3 proposals could be the high schools that vary throughout the day and let out early and cross the street midday. Maybe those could be left on, while elementary schools that have
We can bring that all forward, and those are all operational decisions that can be made. I can tell you we got a good revenue sharing with Red Speed, where we get $31 or $39 per citation, they get $21 per citation. And just like when we did the parking lot here, a lot of that was based on a conceptual study that they had done. But we can come back, and Red Speed is a great vendor, so I know they will work with us, and we will come back in the December meeting. The other thing to remember is, and I think the Mayor Pro Temp brought this up, is that it's 10 miles above. So when the speed limit is at 40 on racetrack, it's now going to be a car going at 50 or greater. And should anybody be driving faster than 50 down racetrack in front of a school and a business plaza anytime during the day is a question to be asked. But we'll bring back the information to you in December.
Thank you, Chief. Everyone satisfied with that? All right, that brings us on to item number 6, acceptance of construction and utility easement at 201 Brook Street Southeast. Mr. Payne.
Daniel Payne, Public Works Utilities Director. Yes, tonight this item is related to Brooks Bridge construction. With the addition of the Brooks Bridge replacement, it results in one of 2 new city lift stations. This is utilized in order to serve the properties that are directly to the west of the bridge. I think it's commonly referred to as Waterview. Waterview, we call it. Due to an existing case with the DOT, with the property owners, you can see like we had our easements drafted in May of 2024, but they notified us that they were working some things out with the state related to whatever legal basis that they were dealing with. That was resolved, and we received our approved utility easements on August 7th of this month. So this is just like every other easement item, we formally accept them at council before they're recorded and everything else. So this includes a permanent easement as well as a temporary construction easement for it to be put into the ground. So with having said that, if there's any questions on this, I'm here to answer.
Any questions for Mr. Payne on this item? Just so the public's aware as well, we've removed this item from the consent agenda as Mr. Mead does have a conflict of interest on this. If you'd like to add anything at all to that, okay. Any questions at all? Nope. Anyone from council wish to make a motion on this?
Make a motion to accept and record a utility easement at 201 Brook Street Southeast.
Second. No, sorry, we'll give it to you. Motion made by Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Walker to accept the easement, utility easement at 201 Brook Street Southeast. Any further comment or discussion by council? Anyone from the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, please vote. And it does pass 4-0 with 1 abstention. All right, that finally moves us on to item 8. Is that correct, Ms. Barnes? All right, you have to be my double checker tonight. Council comments. First round, Mr. Mead, anything to update the public on?
I'll wait till the end.
Okay. Gotcha. Mr. Smith?
None right now.
Mr. Walker?
Till the end.
Mrs. DeBerry?
Yeah, I would like to commend, I spoke to Chief H about our fentanyl bust at the block. Where did he go? Anyway, he's not here. Anyway, I can't remember how many grams of fentanyl that they caught, but they did a fantastic job. The block apparently called it in, and they took care of it. And I just want to commend the police department and thank you.
I think we can all share in that thanks as well. Fantastic job. Great publicity and great to get those drugs off the street. I would also just like to briefly mention before I forget about it, the Fort Walton Beach Rec Department, I know Ms. Corcoran's here and Mr. Peters has worked with a gentleman in the past as well, but just was at a flag football game, a city flag football game just last night, and some older kids were kind of off in the distance kicking a soccer ball around, and one of them was using some pretty unruly language. And right away, the referee of the game, who I've only ever known as Wiz, who's a great guy and just an absolute great referee, always helps these kids out, will stop games in the middle of the game just to help a kid learn what he's supposed to, or what he or she is supposed to be doing. He stops the game, charges over there to where these kids are and tells them, absolutely not. We're not going to have that. I don't want to hear it. Take it somewhere else. No bad language here. And myself and many of the parents that were there certainly did appreciate that. So please do pass along thanks for that. That moves us on to item number 9, public comments. And we're gonna share that same theme here tonight. We're going to be in our public comments very respectful. We're not going to belittle or call names. We're going to keep it to things that are related to city business here tonight, and we're all going to state our names and address for the public record. That being said, anyone from the public that wishes to comment on any item that's not on the agenda tonight, the podium is yours. You have 5 minutes. Come on up, sir.
James Lanningham, Fairway Avenue, Fort Walton Beach. Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I have notes. I'm nervous, but I'm going to get through this. I'm here tonight as a resident and the spouse of a dedicated city employee with 15 years of service. Because of repeated inappropriate, harassing, bullying, and illegal conduct by one of our council members, namely Mr. Berry, whose actions have caused my wife anxiety, undue stress, resulting in medical issues and unnecessary confrontations at work. Over the past approximately 18 months, my beautiful bride, Janice Blandingham, a recreation program supervisor with the Recreation and Cultural Services Department, has repeatedly been subject to Mr. Berry telling her how to do her job. Over a 6-month period, almost daily, Monday through Thursday, demanding she make changes to programs and procedures, informing her that she, as a council member, was going to run the programs make the recreation complex building a senior center, and direct staff to do what she wanted done. Ms. DeBerry has repeatedly expressed these things to program participants and coordinators, making some of them uncomfortable and offensive. There was an email sent to you as a council September 20th, 24 from a participant, Rosie Tutt. Most recently, what brings me here today is on Monday, November 18th, Ms. DeBerry confronted two speakers who were delivering Medicare information to the senior members. She instructed them to coordinate scheduling an event at the city library through her. The presenters advised Ms. DeBerry that all scheduling had been done through Janice and it was taken care of. Ms. DeBerry did not accept that answer, reminded the speaker she was a council member, then demanded she provide her with the schedule for the next week so she could get it to the public. She was told no, and again reminded that it had been taken care of through Janice. If she wished to get further information about future meetings, she needed to go through Janice to do that. And additionally, this morning, Tuesday, November 19th, Janice, while greeting people as she entered the end of the facility, told several members that she missed them and wished they'd been able to attend the information meeting yesterday. Those members told Janice they were instructed by Ms. DeBerry not to attend because the speaker wasn't going to be there. Janice asked Ms. DeBerry why she said that, at which time Ms. DeBerry denied saying it. And Janice pointed to the group which said, "But we believe you did, they just told me you did." This led to a verbal exchange between Ms. DeBerry and my wife Janice. And she told Janice if she didn't want to do what she wanted her to do, she would just tell Jeff Peters, and Janice told her to tell whoever she wished. Janice pointed out that she is a city resident, which makes her Ms. DeBerry's boss, not the other way around. Ms. DeBerry stated Janice was not her boss. Janice again reiterated the chain of command: residents, city council, city manager, city staff. Janice then stated that Ms. DeBerry was prohibited from instructing her on how to do her job. She then called and met with the city manager to discuss the situation this morning. Now, please note that this issue has been addressed with Ms. DeBerry several times with no tangible results. Janice has repeatedly listened to Ms. DeBerry come in and speak with her, sit in her office, and let her know she was following instructions from her director, Ms. Tiffany, and Ms. DeBerry was not permitted to interfere with her work. She does not have jurisdiction or authority to tell her what to do or how to do it. During a previous council meeting, the city manager advised all council members to direct all ideas and concerns to him and not to engage city staff directly. I don't recall the date of that, but we can go back and look. A letter detailing some of these events was delivered to Human Resources and the city manager. That letter was shared with the city attorney. After that, the city manager and the city attorney met with Ms. DeBerry, where Ms. DeBerry was again informed she was not to direct the staff, that doing so violated ordinance and was considered a misdemeanor offense, and I believe that ordinance is number 2090 from 125 and 22. Ms. DeBerry referenced this meeting as fruitless in her most recent city manager evaluation. Today, Janice filed an official workplace harassment bullying complaint through our Human Resources Department. This was a brief summary of some details, and the purpose of me being here tonight is to inform you this behavior needs to stop immediately. Since previous attempts to remedy the issue have yielded no results, we're letting you know our intent to file an official complaint with the Florida Commission on Ethics and request that you, the council, act as according or necessary to immediately advise Ms. DeBerry this behavior can no longer be tolerated. If necessary, take appropriate action to remove her as a council member and provide Janice with a resource for future incidents, with recourse for any future incidents should they occur, including proper internal grievance filing a police report, or otherwise removing Ms. DeBerry from the grounds away from Janice. Sorry for being nervous, but thank you for your time, and we look forward to a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to comment?
Yes, sir. Roger Main, 75 Minnow Circle. Mr. Mayor, Council, I stood right here 15 years ago. It was about the new bridge design. It takes 15 years to get a bridge built, by the way. 15 years ago, they wanted to put it at the end of Hollywood, and a bunch of us got together and said no. And a member sitting up on this dais called us NIMBYs. I had to look that one up. I wasn't familiar with the term. I thought it was fighting words. So I was like, hey, wait a minute, I'm not a NIMBY. Well, it's not in my backyard. We saw a direction the city was going, and we didn't like that direction. I see that direction today in the city, and it's time to speak up. I want to address 4 core principles. Courage. candor, commitment, and character. The courage to do the right thing. It's easy to do the wrong thing. Take the hard right over the easy wrong. Candor. I've attempted 3 times to talk to my elected official, someone I voted for. And you know what that'll get you? That'll get you no trespass and a cease and desist. That'll get the police sent to your house to scare your wife. She thought I'd gotten a wreck in the golf cart with the dog. She was concerned about the dog, wasn't even worried about me. But when the police come to your house, I feel that that was an attempt to silence. It was an attempt to silence. I don't want to use the words that I was going to use, but I just felt that it was an attempt to intimidate. It was intimidating. I spoke with the supervisor and I spoke with the officer, who was very professional. I had no problem with any of the interactions with the officers. They were doing their job and I explained to them what had happened. Having never left my golf cart on the street, my properly registered golf cart, by the way, but we'll get into that later. I was shocked. I was appalled. It was recommended to me that I binge watch some of these council meetings to try to figure out what was going on. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, it was painful to watch. Painful to watch. It wasn't like binge watching Yellowstone, I'll tell you that much. It was painful to watch. So I believe I see the direction the city's going, and I don't like it. Candor. That's what candor will get you. Get the police sent to your house. Commitment. I have made a commitment. I have made a commitment, and I'm going to stand by my commitment. I hear, as I watch these meetings, and number one, I want to tell you guys, you look tired up here. You know what I'm saying? Get ready. Get out there. Some Red Bull, pet your dog, get ready, get here. Courage, candor, commitment, and above all else, character. If you want to sit up on this dais, you want my vote, your character better be above reproach. It better be above reproach, Mr. Mayor. Because people are going to come knocking. I want a verse of Corinthians, you know. Do not be deceived by do not be deceived. Bad company corrupts good character. It's that simple. You don't have to put up with people that are harassing, that are ugly. I'm only going to talk about what I saw last meeting. And I didn't have to listen to things 10 or 12 times to understand what was said. I understand completely what was said. I've been studying this for the last month. There's 2 reasons people get into politics, local government. To serve the people or serve their own self-interest. And that's what I saw. So I've made a commitment. I've made a commitment and I'm going to stand by it. And I'll make it clear what that commitment is. I got 42 seconds left. I'm up here tap dancing. But having said that, I'm going to be back and I want to talk about other things, especially these golf carts. Because that's coming up. Is that coming up on this agenda for a second reading? No? Okay, well, I'll be back when we're talking about the golf carts. I got 23 seconds. Is everybody's golf cart legally registered here? I was ignorant of what was the rule. I'm telling you that right now. I didn't know. My golf cart is licensed and we have insurance. So I was assuming that I was good to go. But when I was here last meeting, the ordinance was read and I was like, holy smoke, I'm not in compliance. So I came down here and I had some questions about that ordinance also. Are they going to be able to bring golf carts in here from rental agencies? The short-term rentals, are they going to be able to get them? Are there rules for them? I drove 56,000 miles in 3 counties from Panama City to Pensacola in the last 4 years. I've done 1 circumference of the earth. And you don't think I've seen a lot of golf carts on Highway 98 and pieces on the side of the road? This is just the beginning. I'm going to request some more documents. I have 3, because this is nothing more than a public record request. These are public record requests that are easily gotten. I've also requested how many golf carts are actually registered. There are 57 golf carts registered. Am I correct? 57. I rolled around my neighborhood, me and the dog, and counted 44 golf carts. 44. 11 of them were registered. 11 of them had the sticker on the bottom corner. 11. So I think we have a golf cart registration problem. And maybe it's ignorance, I don't know, because I was in that boat. But I came down here and paid my fee and got my sticker and put it where it's supposed to be. And as I rolled around looking at these golf carts, I had an interesting conversation with somebody Saturday at a garage sale. I told them the story. Hey, my golf cart, here's the plates. I thought I was good to go. And the man with clenched fists and through gritted teeth looked at me and said, I'm not paying that fee. So I'm seeing a reoccurring theme here with what's going on. Like I said, I'm only going to talk about what I saw last meeting. I saw a member of this dais belittle the staff. And I see it time and time again when I was looking back through that. The constant, it's belittling, there is not a well thought out question. There should be questions. There's rules to run these meetings and they need to be enforced. Lastly, 15 years it takes to get something done, like a bridge. So get hot and around the mound, because that's going to alleviate a lot of your problems down there. I live down there. I live on Waynell Circle. I couldn't get out onto Brook Street on the July the 3rd to take my grandkids to the beach because the traffic was backed up. We accept that. We knew that was going to happen. So if it takes 15 years, I'll never see you around the mound. And there's 26 golf cart parking spots downtown. That's multi-echelon thinking. That's being prepared. And that's what I ask. Is it safe? Is it clean? And is it reasonable? Those are my core principles. Safe, clean, and reasonable. Is it going to be safe to have those golf carts racing across Eglin Boulevard? We're running red lights as a pastime. Is it going to be safe to have 12 and 15-year-olds in short-term rentals? Because believe me when I tell you, there's a lot of them down there in my neighborhood. I have problematic short-term rental in my backyard, right next to the 3-story house that's being built there that looks like a warehouse. So I've got some more issues than that, and this goes a lot, and I mean a lot deeper. There's a lot more to this. And I'm going to get to the bottom of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on any items that are not on the agenda tonight?
Press. Seeing none, we will move on to item 10. Item 10.1. 2024-9, a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget. Ms. Neighbors?
Good evening. As most of you know, this is just an administrative item. All of you as a council have already approved every single line item in this budget amendment. This is the final budget amendment for fiscal year 2024. It's the first step in the closeout process for the fiscal year. The actual fiscal year will not be closed out until March, but this gets the ball rolling. All of the backup is in there, but I'll just kind of go through fund-wise how much each amendment is. For the general fund, it's a budget amendment in the amount of $878,217. For the Law Enforcement Trust Fund, this is a budget amendment in the amount of $6,000. The CDBG Fund, a budget amendment in the amount of $11,000. The CRA Fund is $1,577,070. The Utilities Fund, that's a budget amendment of $3,651,981. And the Sanitation Fund is a budget amendment in the amount of $16,575. This budget amendment number 2 totals across all funds $4,384,409. The final amended fiscal year 23-24 budget total with all encumbrance rollovers, project carry rollovers, and all the budget amendments is $87,022,486. Staff respectfully recommends City Council adoption of Resolution 2024-9 to amend the fiscal year 2023-24 originally adopted budget to be audit compliant. If anybody has any questions.
Questions for Ms. Neighbors from council? Mr. Walker?
I always get, the amendments and the budget a little mixed up, so I'll probably ask some silly questions, but there's in this resolution to amend, there is no new spending that has not been previously approved as a part of the budget. Is that correct?
That's correct.
These are carryovers?
The carryovers you guys approved in the original 2024 budget. This is just the amendment. So like when we bring something, like the landing, for example, tonight is a budget amendment. It will go on the next budget amendment because it was $600 that isn't in the budget. But they're all things, if you look in the Excel spreadsheet that I attached, it shows each city council meeting that each line item was approved. The only one that's kind of weird is the ARPA one for the $3 million. That was approved by you guys in 2020, I think. But it's just been sitting in deferred revenue until we decided how to use it. So we need to amend and add to the budget so we can pay for the meter project with the ARPA grant funding.
I'm starting to hear things clearer. Thank you. That was very helpful.
Anyone else with a question for Ms. Neighbors? Seeing none, anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, any action on this item from council?
Make a motion to approve resolution 2024-9.
Have a motion made by Councilman Smith and seconded by Councilman Meade to approve resolution 2024-9, amending the fiscal year 23-24 budget. Any further comments from council? Please vote. I'm not going to be able to vote with my computer. It's
on the fritz.
I can enter it for you.
Aye.
And you seconded it, right?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Barnes, do you want one of us to click that so that everyone else could vote? You got it.
Yes.
But you will reflect that in the record that Councilman Meade was the one to second the motion.
So it passed unanimously.
Fantastic. That moves us on to item 10.2, which is 2024-16, a resolution adopting National Institute of Standard and Technology's Cybersecurity Framework. Mr. Frank?
Council members, Terry Franklin with Human Resources. I'm going to introduce Jeremy Willis. He's our new IT manager. We're trying to shore everything up with the city regarding cybersecurity state mandates. So I'm going to pass it over to Jeremy and let him kind of share what the city is working towards here.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Jeremy Willis. I'm the IT manager at the city of Fort Walton Beach. Resolution 2024-16 is it's simply the adoption of best practices for cybersecurity and is pursuant to Florida state statute. It will primarily be used to guide our policies and approach to maintaining and improving the city of Fort Walton Beach's cybersecurity stance.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Willis on this item?
Worst case, for the city's endorsement to allow us to move forward with these best practices to ensure that the city remains safe in terms of all computer-related stuff in cybersecurity. So we'd like the council to be on board with moving forward on this motion.
The new policy is much more significant than just turn it off and then turn it back on. Certainly. Good. We like that. Anyone with a question? Mr. Barrett.
Is this going to be similar to Barracuda?
No, strictly policies for the most part.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone from the public wish to speak on this resolution? Seeing none, any action from the council on this resolution?
Mayor, I move resolution 2024-16, adopting the National Institute of Standards and Technology's Cybersecurity Framework.
I was going to second because your clicker's broken. Is his clicker still broken?
Yes, it is. So we will accept a second from Mr. Walker on Mr. Smith's motion to approve resolution 2024-16. Any further comments from council? Please vote. Noting that Mr. Meade will not be able to vote on his computer.
And I'm in favor of the motion.
Fantastic. We'll move on to item 11.1, ordinances on first reading. 2159, ordinance amending the Land Development Code, section 5.04-32, livery vessel rental. This should be a pretty short one, right?
This is ordinance 2159, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 5 of the Land Development Code relating to livery vessels, providing for findings of fact, regulating livery vessels, modifying the definition of livery vessels, requiring, permitting, and a formal application process for livery vessels, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
Mr. Passetti.
Thank you, Chris Passetti, Risk Management Director. So yes, this is a topic that we've talked a bit about over the last few years. Since the last time we were here discussing liveries several months back, we worked with Ms. Kopp to prepare this kind of draft ordinance for discussion. What has been done in here is basically we've taken the existing ordinance and gone through and modified it. We've added some items, removed some items, and tweaked some others. But some of the summaries of it, some of the highlights is looking at the definitions, defining the bareboat charters, which is something that we didn't originally address and kind of learn more about over the last year or two in this process. It puts in place an annual permit application process that has various requirements, which we had many of already in there, but it actually lays out in more detail specifics about the annual permit requirement and the time of year, really in the winter to, let's say, winter to early spring each year, that the vessels must be permitted. It goes into some additional language about refueling plans. It does prohibit the use of portable fuel cans for these businesses. Some of the other items, we go into talking about the parking plan requirements that must be submitted in here. We also go into add some language about maintenance of vessels and making sure that any fluid or debris entering that is basically prevented from entering the water or soils during maintenance. There's language about the on-site dry storage of watercraft as well in here. And then there's also an item about parking, and that it would prohibit shared use parking for this use with other businesses. And then lastly, there's some enforcement language about how it could be enforced through code enforcement and civil citations. I know Scott did put a lot of effort into this as well, so I don't know if you'd like to add any more to it, but this really was just bringing it here for discussion to see where we want to go next with the ordinance.
Ms. Kopp, anything you'd like to add?
I think, did you mention the dry storage prohibition?
Just briefly.
Okay.
But,
Well, I didn't hear that part, but there's no upland storage of livery vessels, where the livery vessels are permitted as a secondary use as well. That was new. But Chris got everything.
All right, Mr. Passetti, I appreciate it. I would like to ask one question off the top as well. The fuel can situation. So if someone has a livery business, where do they get gas? Do they drive to a marina in the boat and fuel up that way, and that's the only way? Or they can also have a full-on gas station at their place?
yes, and there are some yes, large.
So those are the two ways?
As proposed in here.
Okay. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to clear that up. Mr. Walker?
The gas tanks, bringing them down to wherever they may be, either at a dock, that's where their business is operated out of. Don't get on the water much, but I do know if I go to a marina to buy gas, it's considerably more expensive than if I go buy, ethanol free, bring it in my gallon or 5 gallons and whatnot, and I'll walk it down to the boat or whatever. What's the purpose of trying to eliminate that option for business owners to bring a can of fuel down to their boat?
I think it's the spillage of the gas into the water when they are carrying it and filling the boat.
Have there been any reported incidents and documented cases of spilling fuel that caused an issue?
Not that I'm aware of.
And I'm assuming too that because I know I go to Shalimar, it's about the one I go to mostly, but you pull up there, we or they pull out the thing and they put it in there, and sometimes it can run off the side, especially if you overfill it. So they're not doing it. It's not necessarily, at least data-wise, taking cans down to the boat's no more dangerous than a marina on the water. Just always seemed odd to me, but yeah. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Anyone else questions? Mr. Barry?
Yes, you're talking about parking. Are we including parking here while they're out on the water? They're parking in the city hall parking lot?
It's certainly up for discussion. The language in here now talks about that shared parking agreements between businesses would be prohibited. I don't know that it specifically goes into if there was city public parking nearby, but we can certainly look at that in here. It doesn't say it to, the way it says now is for agreements between businesses would be prohibited.
So they won't be parking in the city hall parking lot. Is that correct? That's where I'm coming from.
Say I don't believe the wording in here really prohibits it from city parking lot. I don't know if this cop have any more.
This ordinance does not address that specifically. It says that you're required to meet the city rules for parking. Shared parking agreements are prohibited unless you had a lawful parking agreement as of the date provided in the ordinance. So any specific cases would, if this was passed, would be reviewed under the ordinances and a determination would be made.
Okay, bring that down a notch for me. So if we were to pass this now, the parking is still undetermined?
I'm saying specific properties would be reviewed under the ordinance. It isn't passed yet, so we haven't reviewed specific properties.
So we'll get into that later. Okay,
Yeah,
that's fine.
because each property would have to be reviewed to determine if they have a shared parking agreement in place, on what date, and the things I just read off.
Okay, that's what I needed to hear.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, questions?
One question here real quick. I'm sitting here reading permit decal. Decals would approximately cost, I guess, I'm assuming that's the city $200, not
yes,
the livery.
We estimated our cost, just based on the number of vessels that we've seen in the last year or two. That's how much it would cost the city to purchase those decals annually.
And so, going through the permit process, are we charging them for?
We don't have anything.
We don't have anything, right? Okay, all right, good. How many, just out of curiosity, between the VTRs and livery companies out there do we have that we know that fall in line with our current ordinance? Because I remember last time we were here, it was like 25 and there's only like 2.
Yes.
What are we at now?
There's 7 in compliance as of today, and around another 10 or so that are not 100% in compliance. Most of them are I'd say 9 out of 10 type of items in compliance. They're missing 1 or 2. And we've had code enforcement cases going on the ones that aren't in compliance, trying to push them across the finish line. Some which are cases, but some relocate or close or move, things like that. But it's 7 in compliance today.
One more question. Sure. As it relates to the parking, when we're talking about no shared parking, so just example, I think someone's working out of a hotel down here somewhere, and let's say that the development order for the hotel was there. It says, hey, you have to have 75 parking places, but they have 150 parking places. So now they have a livery business on the property. Are we saying that they can't share any of the 175, or they just can't share the 50 that are required for the primary business that are on the property?
I'd say when we would take it, I'd say from our staff to look at, they can't share the parking on that property. We don't differentiate a number that's required versus maybe extra. There we would look at it as you can't share any existing parking on that property.
So I guess 2 things with this. I'm assuming that really the big thing, and you hear it, and I've heard it a lot around here, is infrastructure. We don't ever have enough infrastructure to support the demand that we have. So I guess my question is if we have a property that has excess parking outside of what the primary business is on it, would it be okay to allow the secondary business to use the additional parking
That's
for
it.
what they're allowed to use it for, as long as everything meets the criteria for that
Not
livery
as
or
it's written,
whatever else?
but if that's the council directive, we just rewrite that portion to address that, and then it would be allowed.
Okay.
So if that change is requested, then when y'all make your motion, you would want to
Yeah, so, and.
clarify that.
So in the code existing, outside of, the language that's been proposed in here, we do allow for parking studies typically, so like any other business, if another business would want to come on and share it, they could provide a parking study, from an engineer, showing if there's extra parking or sufficient parking for multiple uses. So, if we keep language in here and modify, we can do that, but there also already is in chapter 6 of our LDC language
Yeah,
that
it would
says
conflict,
that
so
you can,
we'd want to, just so that it wouldn't
Yeah.
be confusing later, I think we'd want to clarify it.
yeah, because there is
Spell it out.
language in chapter 6 that talks to shared parking and parking studies that we do accept. It's not us guessing, it has to come from an engineer saying, yes, this use and this use.
And
We could just say
adverse-
subject to that section.
Correct, right,
And then I guess adverse, what this would do is it would prevent us from a business that comes in, gets a development order, they have 25 parking places, and then they add 4 or 5 businesses to their back using those same 25 parking places for the additional infrastructure of businesses that they've added. So therefore, they've overused what they have, and now it starts bleeding onto, I guess, their neighbors in that sense, because there's not enough parking. That's what that's going to prevent?
Yes, and that's what we do currently. So any existing business, when it comes in for BTR, we do look at the parking and make sure that has the property, if there's a new business moving in, that there's enough parking on the property to do that. That's kind of one of our checklist items actually on any new business coming in the city.
Mr. Walker. I spoke with a pontoon boat owner this afternoon. I was trying to get some clarity on what the problem was, and as he tried to explain the ordinance that would be here before us tonight, why it might have come to be and that kind of stuff. I still don't understand what the problem is. If a number of business owners get together and they acknowledge that they're, the owner of the land, the owner of the building, the owner of the marina, whatever it is, that gets together and they decide that, you know what, we can all coexist here and we can all have parking. And if there is a parking problem, the consumer figures it out. They Uber down, they park across town, they get a friend to drop them off. And I just don't understand. I mean, I can understand on new construction, new businesses coming in, but an existing business that's been getting along forever, why we would come in and try to disrupt a private property owner's on-site private property parking requirement is just beyond me. I don't know what the problem is. I don't know what's caused this ordinance to be brought here before council for us to consider. I don't hear any complaints from the neighbors, the community rather. And so that's part of it, but also, and pointed out to me if it's in here, I know that this discussion started long ago, at least I remember it coming up, and it was about these rogue, guys or ladies that go off of some of these bayous, or they meet them down at a boat ramp and that kind of stuff. They don't have any parking requirements. They're just operating a business, meeting them at the boat launch, sending it off. And does anything in here address that? That road boat parking? I mean, parking in particular of those road boats. I know we want a decal on all boats. And does the decal, does that get them an inspection? That boat owner, does someone at the city inspect the boats for safety, security type stuff?
Not as it's worded here, I do not believe. So, I think going back to kind of the first part there, I know we had the existing ordinance in place, and there was a 2-year grace period to come into compliance for all the existing businesses at that time. Going back, this is going back to a couple years ago now, and then last year, and I believe there was some council discussion earlier this year to kind of look at potential changes. I'll say from our staff side, in the existing ordinance, there was some minor changes that we felt could help clarify it, make it easier to enforce. The parking has been a big sticking point. I'd say a lot of the existing businesses for able to gain compliance. That's an issue I think we've probably just seen most often here because they're parking in the City Hall parking lot and going across the street because they don't have enough space to fit their customers. And so we're kind of the overflow for that issue. I don't know that any of the other businesses that are operating that aren't right across the street from us are dealing with that issue. But that's what we run into most often, just right here. And then, going forward, we had a few changes, and then working with Ms. Kopp, she had some other ideas that she's seen, and it kind of all incorporated into what's in front of you today. And then for the rogue operators and all there, if there's anyone that, if we get notified of them, if we, witness it, that's where we can issue code civil citations and all, and try to, make people, play by the same set of rules.
Continue on that, because that parking is really getting in my head, and I know that we've now authorized implementation of the paid parking here. So in some sense, it's kind of like if the problem that we're talking about is only over here, and I don't know that that's what you're saying, but we would want them to be such a thriving business that it causes their customers to come park over here and pay the city the parking fees, right? And that management company is going to protect the parking lot so that city business here is conducted and not disrupted by parking. Is that all fair to say?
Yeah, sure, for sure. Yeah, I think that's absolutely, it's all open precedent for discussion here. I think that's definitely fair.
Okay, well, and it's just, it's the parking. I don't hear anybody complaining about parking. I don't know why all the matter got here to us. I really don't, but thank you. Thanks.
Mr. Mead. Back to your hotel example, if there was Ms. Kopp, this is for you if you don't mind. If there's been a business operating out of there for 2 years that qualified under our existing ordinance back then, if we implement this new ordinance, that will not change their requirements, will it? They'll still be operating under that, the parking requirements from when they obtained their business license.
If they were approved for the parking that they have, and the parking that they have was legal at that time, then it would remain legal.
Okay.
But if somebody was operating without any approvals, just because they've been doing it for a long time, wouldn't mean that they'd be allowed to continue. They'd have to have had approvals at the time.
Sure, and I think that's important to focus on here. This isn't an attempt to go change ex post facto. This is not something we're trying to do after the fact to undermine any existing business. It's my understanding what this ordinance is here before us today to do is to refine and improve on the existing ordinance, but it won't affect those who are currently existing under the previous ordinance. And so that's my understanding.
Yes.
And to the rogue operators, this ordinance is exactly what the city will use to prohibit rogue operator. I'm using your words. I don't know a better word.
I think that's what they used.
Yeah. This is the exact ordinance that will keep those who are not doing proper safety practices, proper all these other practices that we find our other neighboring communities using. So it's my understanding the reason we're here today is to refine the ordinance that we have, not hurt the existing businesses, but make a better ordinance moving forward. That's my understanding of where we are.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. I'll ask another question as well. So just to make it 100% clear for the public as well, someone wants to create a new business for themselves where they're going to operate a livery. They're going to rent pontoon boats, personal watercraft, etc. And say in this scenario, they're going to rent some dock space from one of the existing marinas. That person then can attach themselves on to an existing marina that already meets all of those qualifications. Then is the city going to go back out and inspect, are there still enough parking spaces? How many boats did they just bring in? And under these changes to this ordinance, can that still happen? For example, if I own a large marina and I rent 3 or 4 different areas of my marina to different businesses, and one of them goes out of business and says, this isn't for me anymore, I'm out. Then another one wants to come in, our city is still going to be willing to issue a BTR and then go down and do they, at every time that scenario happens, have to contact an engineering firm
to say, hey, this amount of parking is still okay?
So,
I guess, and I don't know for sure, but that sounds very expensive.
right, I mean, and it does depend on the details of it. Yes, we're always gonna, work with them and find out what the situation is, but if it's, one has 5 boats, another's coming in with 10 boats, that changes the parking requirements. If, maybe ideally, if the marina owner, the property owner, has a parking study showing that they can fit X number of boats, in their marina, and if one business leaves, another one comes in, they can still use that existing parking study. Maybe that's been prepared by the owner, if it's by the property owner, marina owner. If it was each individual livery business, that, we're gonna ask the question of, do you have enough parking? How it comes to us, is really kind of up to the business, but it could potentially be each one.
So just to clarify, nothing that prevents a new business from starting. And then I'll go with Mr. Smith, and then I'll get you on.
One thing I had a conversation with a livery owner as well, and they brought up about the decals, which were concerned, is they have some chase boats and stuff like that they use to go pick up boats that break down and stuff like that. So it seems like maybe they always have like 1 or 2 or 3 extra boats. And so if we're looking at the parking plan and they qualify for 10 boats, you're gonna give them 10 stickers, but they're probably gonna have, maybe another 2 boats or 3 boats down there. That way when one's broken down, they can swap it out and stuff like that. Is there something that we can look at that says, hey, look, if you got 10 boats, you get an extra 2 stickers for chase boats or swap out boats or something along those lines?
Yeah, I think, that's a great point, absolutely. I don't know if Ms. Kopp dealt with it down in Destin or anywhere else, but I think it's definitely, it makes sense to have that.
Anyone else questions?
I saw John was up, you were up for me.
Back to your parking question, generally speaking, if Mr. Smith wanted to add a nightclub or a restaurant to one of his businesses downtown, if he wasn't using half his showroom, he would have to comply with parking requirements for a new building, wouldn't he?
Yes.
And I'm just coming up with a business that requires lots of parking. So that being said, any new business that starts has to substantiate parking in the city, correct?
Correct, yes. And if there's sufficient parking, then there's no need for a parking study. The parking study only comes into play when you're looking at sharing maybe the same spaces for 2 different uses, because it could be based on hours of operation. You could have something that operates during the day, something that operates at night. If you come to us and say, hey, look, we've modified our parking layout, here's our parking plan, and there's enough space to cover the additional boats that have come in, this additional business, then you don't have to pay for an engineer to do that. That's something we can accept. A hand-drawn parking plan, that meets the dimensions and all that, but it's only parking study is only required when you're trying to share the same parking spaces for different types of uses.
But to that point, I was only speaking of another business doing the same business, not a nightclub, not a restaurant, not anything else. If I had a business where, I'm renting out that space and that person was operating 7 vessels, now I've got another person that wants to operate out of that same space, and I have room for 12 vessels there. And so this person now can bring in 12 vessels, but then they're coming to you to get parking approved when the parking is already approved on that site for that same use.
Well, they have to be approved per vessel too, because now we're going to register per vessel. Yeah, so it could affect the parking requirements.
Mr. Warren.
Yeah, so back when we went through this the first time, the rogue boats were concerned for all up here involved, including myself, and it just didn't sound right. And the Chief Bates came up and spoke with us and told us, and we talked about law enforcement abilities and activities to catch them and that kind of stuff. So that was a promising thought, and I don't know how that's going, but I know he had some ideas about how to make it happen. And then so when I was hearing about the decal today, not part the decal only, that seems like a gotcha catch you moment where law enforcement / Marine Patrol says, hey, what are you guys doing? And they're like, well, you don't have a decal. I was like, well, you're in violation, who's the boat owner, that kind of stuff. That deals with those rogue guys out in the bayous and everything else. But it's hard not to point over here across the street at this set of business owners and the parking for whatever reason. Now, I heard Mr. Mead, Mr. Allegretto, I think we've all said, we acknowledge that a new business, a new structure coming into place that, you know, it's probably gonna have to fall under some new and updated revised codes, but an existing business on private property, you know, they may make an arrangement with a private bus driver to go pick them up from the public parking downtown and bring them down here. They can have 12 boats. And they say, oh, we got it worked out, because again, if the consumers show up there and the traffic's a nightmare and it's a problem, they're gonna have to either figure it out or go somewhere else. They're like, I'm not going back down there. I know downtown Fort Walton that people's always said, oh, it's all because we don't have enough parking that people aren't coming down here. But we figure it out. The consumers figure out how to make, and the business owners figure out how to make it work. And unless there's something illegal going on there of stacking, I don't know what might cause any illegality on the parking over here. I know most of theirs is gravel. It's kind of hard to put down lines in gravel, and sometimes you kind of have to park a motorcycle this way. I mean, so again, I like the decal. I like stopping the road, but private parking on a private business entity, I just don't see us. I don't support going in there to modify on existing businesses. New businesses have at it. They know what it is when they sign up, but this business across the street here has been growing for years. And again, if they do so well that they cause their customers to come over here and park and pay the city, I think it's a win-win. So I'd like to see that continue.
Sure, and you know, so I think Ms. Kopp even mentioned talking about dates and timeframes. If there are existing businesses, if it's an existing business that's, you know, had a VTR and compliance, even if the rules change, basically they're considered non-conformity. They can continue to exist. They're not going to be saying, "Oh, sorry, you know, the rule changed and now you're out of luck." You know, for new businesses coming in, and something that we do allow in the code in Chapter 6 in parking standards, we also do allow off-site parking. So not just as there's shared parking between businesses on the same property, but if you find someone else down the street that has an empty, maybe vacant lot or extra space, you can get a parking agreement with them, and then you can shuttle, you can Uber, you can, you know, do that. It does have requirements in there for how far away that is, but then we also have the parking study that comes into play as well in there. But we do have some flexibility in there, saying, you know, hey, you can find a property down the street, you know, because then, you know, if it's another property down the street, well, now you're parking down there, but is that someone else's required parking? I mean, it's still you know, if you're taking from over here, is it now causing them a problem? So that's why, I mean, there's all those options in the code just to say, okay, yep, there's extra space somewhere else. You can park down there, you can walk, you can, you know, take a scooter, whatever.
That's amazing.
So, yeah,
I mean, that's amazing because
so, yeah.
Across the street from these businesses here, they have paid parking available to them. Would these paid parking spots be included in their calculation?
We could. I mean, we haven't gone down that route. That's where this discussion would, if there's, you know,
okay.
we get the paid parking at all here. The code does allow, you know, as it sits today, the code allows if there's available off-site public parking, paid parking, municipal parking, that you could count that. Of course, then it's on the city to say, okay, well, if we have just say 50 parking spaces now, we can't double count our spaces and things too. So I mean, it keeps going down that can of worms there for sure.
And when Mr. Allegretto mentioned the one vessel coming in or maybe 7 leaving, so just thinking about these guys over here, whatever number of boats they have in there, they're each independent businesses. One business guy might have 3, 4, 5, one might have 1, and that kind of stuff. So the one person that's there that's got the one boat shuts up moving out of state or whatever else. A new person comes in there and wants to fill that slip. They've got to go through a new traffic study to see a parking study for that one boat, correct?
If they don't just show us that there's a space or 2 spaces available, effectively if they had to have 2 parking spaces, if they just say, yep, here's a layout of the property, there's 2 spaces here, you give them a thumbs up and say you're good. If there's not, and if they come in and say, hey, we need to share parking with somebody else or another property, you know, figure out another way, that's when the parking study comes into play.
All right, we're going to do one quick question from Mr. Smith and one from Mr. Mead, and then we're going to open this up for public comment.
As it related to using this City Hall parking lot for for accounting towards vessels and stuff like that, we have a deed restriction that says no commercial use. So that would, I'm assuming, prevent that from being the case, because having the discussion with the family about this, that then in turn would be leasing a space to somebody or allowing them to use a space to somebody for a boat for commercial use, which then would put us in violation and could put us in jeopardy.
Oh, let's comment on that.
Are we still talking about the ordinance? Yeah, so what are you asking me to opine on the legality of sharing the city?
He's talking about the sharing the density with the city hall parking lot, which...
I'm saying if this ordinance would not take anything away from anyone that has a legal business that has legal parking.
Correct.
If they don't have legal parking on any business, not talking about any one business, but if there's not legal parking, they would have to obtain parking.
And we're saying that city hall parking is not legal parking. Is that what we're saying?
That is not addressed in this ordinance.
And that's what I'm saying is because like what Payne's saying is hey, if that's the case, a new one comes in over there, then we could potentially count the city hall parking lots.
There is certainly a deed restriction on the city hall parking lot that restricts the use of the park.
That would prevent us to use that, so we can't use the city hall parking lot in that sense.
We can use the city parking lot for the uses that are allowed in the deed.
Correct.
Yeah.
But in commercial use is preventable, is in the deed restriction. Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Mead.
I'm going to ask you a question, but it's in response to a question that Mr. Walker asked. Would this new ordinance change the businesses that existed yesterday? Would it change their parking requirements?
No. That's where it has the language in here for shared parking between off-site would be prohibited for moving forward. If they were in existence legally by this date, we have to look at each one case by case. It doesn't change the ratio of 1.5, 1.5 per vessel does not change. It would only, if people don't meet the code today, they would have to meet this.
So new businesses that come in, I'm just picking out a date. Businesses that come in after this ordinance, they would need to meet these requirements, but those that are existing previously, this would not.
If they're in compliance,
yes.
Existing in compliance.
Yes,
it does. I definitely have more questions, but I'm going to honor Mr. Mayor and public comment.
We will definitely take some more questions from council, but I know there's a lot of people here tonight who have been waiting to speak on this. So anyone from the public wishing to speak on these changes to the ordinance, please come up to the podium and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Luisa Garcia, 38 Miracle Strip Parkway, 36 Miracle Strip Parkway, and 34 Miracle Strip Parkway. So this has been a great night. A lot of information has been told. So I'm just going to give you my opinion and my how I feel about everything that's going on. The Livery situation should have been left to Fish and Wildlife like it used to be. I was one of the first water sport businesses here, and it was so simple. I understand the safety issues that the city should be involved in, but I feel like half of the things that the city's asking us to do, so is Fish and Wildlife. So it's almost like a repetition. I own one marina, and at the time when I was approved as a marina, I had 44 slips. Well, in the land development code for bona fide marinas, it does say that for every slip, for every 2 slips, I only have to provide 1 parking spot. And that's in the land development code for marinas. With the new parking arrangements that we struggled with all last year about them trying to say 1.5 for every slip, basically the city was telling me that I could only rent part of my slips because I wouldn't be able to meet it otherwise. So my commerce was impacted greatly by all these different parking requirements that the city was trying to do when in the land development code says that I am meeting those requirements. So here I am a marina and I have 144 slips. So if you go figure that out, 144 slips, what is it? 70-something parking is all I have to provide. And so with this 1.5, you're telling me I can't rent all my slips. Last year, I paid good money for a parking attendant. And, you know, so, I'm not going to say who, but there's comments out there that are stated that this parking problem is because of me. Other people are saying that the parking problem is because of Crab Shack. Honestly, the problem is here. It isn't us businesses. And so when you approve me as a restaurant and you add the 22 parking spots, and then you add all the other parking spots for my restaurant and then my offices, and you approve my permitting to spend close to $1 million in my business based on land development code as it exists today, and then you tell me you can't do that because now we're going to chop it up and you can't park across the street. So the land development code also says that if you are within 400 feet of a municipality, you can park. I got approved, right? So I am existing, as you mentioned. But so here's been the battle, is you approved me to spend all this money, and I started out with nothing. In over 10 years, it took me to get here, and it's been a struggle financially because of the city, not because of my customers. And in that deed, it does say recreational parking as well. But people that come and enjoy Crab Shack, or even go swimming, or go jet skiing, or whatever, it is recreational. So, long story short is, if I'm a marina, and I'm already approved as a marina for my parking, and I rent these 2 spaces to A and these 2 spaces to B, they are within my requirement as a marina owner. Yet you guys are making everyone have my submerged land lease turned in. I have to hand out submerged land leases. Those are my submerged land leases. And I should be the only one that should hand it to you. So every livery person has to have my submerged land lease. It's kind of like double dipping, double leasing, double everything. It's like I am the marina, and I am renting my slips to these people. And these people, I've already provided what you needed. So why did they have to provide this same thing? Now, what's interesting is some of these BTRs, we struggle with that because for a while there, you guys were refusing to give BTRs. We challenged that, and now everyone can have it because it's just a business tax receipt. Now everybody gets a BTR, but now this parking arrangement. So I hired a parking attendant. One person was making $22 an hour. The other person was making $17 an hour. And they were in that heat sun just to meet y'all's requirement. And she did the parking layout and stuff. I quit doing boatyard work in the summer. I lost over $70,000 a month to meet y'all's requirements because I wanted to rent space to all these businesses. And so liability in boat work, it's a lot more, but I make more. So what I did was, okay, this is what I'm gonna do, is I'm gonna have a parking attendant and I'm gonna park my people. And some people are a family of three cars, okay, you park right here, 2 over here. And those, my guys, my employees, parked people all summer long in my space. And we could sit there, we actually threatened to even watch on a camera how many of my people came across over here. And I did pay parking. $10 a person, $15 for multiple cars. And that's what we did. We collected money because I knew I wasn't gonna make $60,000, $70,000 a month in boatyard work. But at least I would make some of the money to pay my employees to meet y'all's requirement. So, you know, I think a lot of this stuff belongs with the Fish and Wildlife. I think it's great to be safe. I agree with the road people. I just think you guys are making, I would sell tomorrow so I wouldn't have to deal with this. And that's not fair. Because I started out with $60,000 and I built up what I did based on a passion. A passion that I stood here in 2012 when Samantha, Sam, and all them were here. So the decals, I'm not sure about the decals because you have the FL number. All they gotta do is scan the FL number and they know who that belongs to. We have to provide the name of our company and decals. There's the name of our company, there's a telephone number. Now the city wants decals, $200? Okay, is that $200 a livery or $200 for every boat. I have 10 boats. I'm probably gonna have 16 this next year.
And Ms.
Well,
Garcia, just real quick, I don't mean to interrupt, and I'm certainly gonna allow you the time over,
Yeah.
because this is your livelihood, and I want to hear what you have to say. It's not a $200 fee that the city's charging anybody, correct? That was
Well, it said
only-
that it might be passed.
No, that was only the cost to the city to
Okay.
print all of the decals
Okay.
for all of the current
Right.
vessels that exist in the city.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure you.
Well, thank you for that, 'cause
Yeah, no problem.
that's kind of-
Continue on, please.
Yeah, so I talked about parking, I talked about the decals, the gas, fuel, I'm in agreement with you, and I'll tell you what happened all summer long. These guys have these containers that are this big, and they throw them down the dock, and then they put it into their boat, just like everybody else that owns a boat. And you're right, it is more expensive to go to Crab Shack than it is to go get your tank filled down the street and fill your boats. I mean, honestly, I didn't see any gas fills. So when we're saying, the guys don't have metal containers, they have the plastic, big tall caddies, they're called caddies. I think those are acceptable. I didn't know what to do, so I went and got a $1,500 little S10, and I put a huge tank back there with a little thing like this, and I gassed up mine. Now, if you have all these people gassing up at my place, no one's ever gonna be ready to get everybody out at 9 o'clock. It's just not, it makes it so much difficult for all of a sudden 50, 60 boats to show up at Crab Shack. Hey, we gotta hurry up and we gotta gas up, and oh, Luisa's tank is, it's like, it's a little stressful when people just wanna be business owners. And honestly, we had a wonderful summer. We had a wonderful summer. And I think what we have going on over there is better than having a bunch of condos. And that's what I talked about in 2012. Is one day I'm gonna build a place where people can just walk across and they can still see the sound and just enjoy themselves. So honestly, when offers come in for my place, I think about it because I don't wanna deal with the city. I don't wanna be here, and I'm not enjoying it anymore. So that was the gas fuel. Again, I've already talked about us being non-conforming and how my marina, we are for one vessel, for two vessels, it's one parking. If you do the 1.5 or whatever else you're doing, it's just gonna affect me, and it's just not in the books. And yes, overflow was supposed to come to municipality. I don't know what yet. I guess you guys didn't expect at the time that we were gonna grow, but all this stuff that's being forced on liveries and everything, it's just, it's insane. Commercial, we have an ATM, that's commercial. If we go to park, pay to park, that's commercial. I mean, all I want is for you guys to think about small business. And it used to be small business friendly here. And I still know that some of you here that sit on the council still are from a small business. And so that's really all that I needed to say. I appreciate it and thank you, and I hope I wasn't too
Thank you, Ms. Garcia.
Hello, my name is Maya Schilder, 45 Ferry Road Northeast. I am Operations Manager of Marco 21, and additionally, I am the President of the Okaloosa County Water Sports Coalition, so I bring a unique perspective. I've been in the industry for 11 years, and I go way, way back to the beginning of the Livery situation in Destin. So, a few things that kind of stand out. Shared parking agreements are standard in Destin. They have the exact same problem that we have, not enough parking. There's just not enough. And if you want to continue to promote commerce and businesses in the city, you're going to have to find some sort of mutual benefactorial agreement that works for everyone. When you use the term that no commercial enterprise can be conducted in this parking lot, and there's an ATM that I know for a fact charges, I think, $4 to $5 per transaction, that is commercial activity on this parking lot now. So it's a little disingenuous to say that that's going to be commercial activity. That's not commercial activity, but the city benefacting and working with the foundation to try and come to a mutual agreement and have paid parking that benefits the businesses across the street and the community and the tourism dollars that it brings into the city, it's troubling. It really is. Destin has gone to pay to park. It is flat out. I ran 3 locations in Destin, and you had to pay to park at 3 of them. You just had to. That was just part of what you had to do. It was baked in the cake. That is what the city's gonna have to come up with, some kind of solution if we wanna continue to bring those tourism dollars across that bridge into this town. Because if it becomes too much of a problem, they'll just stay on the other side of the bridge. I mean, right now, we already have the cumbersome problem of getting them across the bridge with the bridge situation. But if we're also putting another barricade up to them once they get here of, nope, you can't park here, the city doesn't want you in the municipal lot. If it was managed and regulated, there is a way forward. I promise you, there is a path forward. Destin figured it out. The city of Fort Walton, I'm sure, can figure that out. I am curious, is the shared parking agreement that you are saying no to for liveries, is that strictly for liveries, or do other businesses have the benefit of shared parking agreements?
Other businesses, it's allowed in the code for other businesses today.
So only liveries are being singled out for shared parking agreements. What happens if you transfer a business? Let's say you've built up a great business and you've had a legitimate parking agreement, and you decide you put all of this blood, sweat, and tears, and you're ready to sell it and make a profit and retire. And you sell that business. Does the parking agreement convey, or does that new owner now have mountains of red tape they have to go through to try and purchase your business, and now you could have the possibility of losing that type of equity that you've built up because the city's putting up so many roadblocks at that point. Multiple business on a property. Obviously, marina space is limited. Not everybody has 60 boats. A lot of people at these marinas have small businesses, 2 to 3, 4 boats. If the shared parking agreement's not allowed, and let's say there's 15 individuals, some only have 1 boat, some have, do all of them have to go pay for a parking plan study? Those aren't cheap. I've had to do them. They can be extremely pricey. So when you're looking at multiple people on one piece of property, then you're looking at a cumbersome situation if you're trying to maximize, if the landowner is trying to maximize the use of that property. The rogue operators, I was just going to speak to that because we just had a coalition meeting a couple of months ago. We had law enforcement come up, and they did say that enforcement has been up significantly. I know Liza Jackson Park has been, they've done a really good job at Liza Jackson Park, shutting down a lot of the rogue operators that were operating out of there. Cinco Bayou still is a bit of a problem, and I know that's not necessarily Fort Walton's jurisdiction. It is Fort Walton's problem because they are leaving because of red tape sometimes. They're leaving marinas and trying to give you rogue operators at that location. So if 2 municipalities can work together, it would benefit them. If Fort Walton and Cinco could really work together to really put the smackdown on that location, it is an absolute nightmare if you've been down there when on a Saturday and everybody's trying to rent their personal pontoon boats out. I think that's really it. I feel like we all really want to get along across the street with you guys, and then Crouch Shack wants to get along with us. We want to be good neighbors, but we need good faith to do that.
Can you address the chase vessel issue?
Yeah, I'd love to. So the chase vessel in Destin, that is not counted towards parking, and it's not counted towards your cost of your livery stickers. You're issued 1 per location because that's required. You're required to have a chase vessel per state statute. And I believe when we helped, because I helped create some of this livery code, I believe originally we had that you had to have a chase vessel. It's for safety. Now I do think that someplace like a large marina that rents to multiple people, I think that it needs to be considered that the owner of the marina possibly has, or one company possibly has a chase vessel or 2 companies, there's no need to have, if you're renting to 10 companies, you really don't need 10 chase vessels on property. It's not something that was really thought out ahead of time for larger marinas that are rented to multiple companies. But Destin worked around that, and it was an issue to begin with, but it's 1 per, I think it's 1 per company, but maybe 2, maybe it might be based, it may be a ratio. I can't really, I haven't been in Destin in a minute, but yeah, you were issued separate livery chase vessel stickers
And
for
then
that.
you had to notify the city, right? When
You had to notify the city, and also like for equipment down, because that becomes an issue too. So if you're issuing us livery stickers for every 10 boats that you have, theoretically in the livery business, you need to have 15 total. You need to have 5 extras because you're going to have boats go down. Not all of those are always in slips. Sometimes they're at your storage yard. Sometimes they're, you know, wherever they might be. If you were only registering those 10 vessels, you were Destin, and we worked out a mechanism where you would email this code enforcement and let them know that we were transferring. You wouldn't have a sticker for that boat, but you would email code enforcement and saying boats, and because the sticker numbers are, decals are typically numbered, you would say decal number 515 is going in for maintenance. We will be swapping it out with this FL number, and that way the code knew that a boat was being swapped out temporarily, and it was for a temporary fix. It's not long term unless you have to replace the vessel due to what happens out there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's great information. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this
Last
particular issue?
large man certified whale circle. If you don't mind, ma'am, what is your largest boat?
72.
And how many packs does it have?
You mean that?
Passengers.
You mean that rents from me?
Yes, ma'am.
72, but that's personally, the tour boats are 40 or 50.
40 or 50 packs. I think I see your problem. If there's that many packs in one boat, where are they all going to park? You say they got 1.5 per slip, and you have a boat in there that has 40 passengers on it. Is it a different code? I'm a little confused. Shouldn't it be brought together and combined? I mean, am I wrong here? Am I tracking? What happens if you have a 40 passenger boat? Anybody? Help me out.
They don't fall under livery.
They don't fall under livery?
We have a specific definition for livery vessels.
Okay, so, and now we're talking about parking again. The 40 pass, it's not making sense to me. I'm afraid it's not making sense. It's simple math. I didn't have to take my shoes off to count. I went to bad public school, but I could count. And if you got a 40 passenger boat that's only supposed to have 1.5 parking spots, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Garcia.
So again, the land development code for marinas is in conflict with this livery code because, again, I mentioned why, the parking arrangement. So I think if my marina meets that, so should my livery people that are renting it, and they shouldn't have. The funny thing about it is I have people in livery that were approved for livery at my place already, and I was denied. Go figure. That doesn't make sense. I've had a BTR here since 2009, again, because in the land development code, the BTR for marinas, it says that marinas can rent vessels, rentals, and all that stuff. So I've had one ever since then, and with all the confusion, they told me that I really needed one, and I said, no, I already have one. They said, no, you don't. Yes, I do. No, you don't. So I went along and I paid for a second BTR, and then when I mentioned it to her, she went over there and proved it to him, and then now I have 2 BTRs that I don't need. I just need my marina one. So if we can make whatever livery rules that you guys are making to bona fide marinas, land development code, and not be in conflict, I think that would be great. And that, as far as the chase boats, I think it would be kind of crazy to make everyone, it would help me because I would rent out more boat slips, but I have had to do chase with our boats because they're newer, and gone to Destin and pulled some people in. We do have a push boat, and I also have boats, so I've had to do that for some of my livery people to go and bring them back. So that's it. But I did not get approved, and I just got this about 2 weeks ago that I was in violation after I spent the whole summer with parking and everything. And I get violated for failure to provide a parking plan, failure to provide a Florida submerged land lease, failure to provide fuel, and I provided all of it. But today, I have people that are approved to my marina, and I'm not. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item?
Eric Franklin and 12 Miracle Strip Parkway Southwest. We do at the beach weekend appreciate everything you guys have been doing to try to improve deliveries and make sure everything is safe and doing good work for the city. Everybody at our marina and all the tenants and everything are appreciative, and we try to stay in compliance. I did turn all the stuff into the code recently, and we're in compliance at our marina for all parking and everything else. So I do want to say I appreciate all the city work for trying to clean up and the road boats and all that stuff. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to comment on this? Seeing none, council, we would entertain a motion at this point. I think we've all had ample opportunity to ask questions and hear from the public. Going once. Going twice.
Would it be okay to ask one more question?
I mean,
Well, I mean, it seems like the hang up here is the parking. So, to me, there's a lot of things, other things in this ordinance that I think that are gonna make it better, and if we're not in conflict with those, I'd probably like to go ahead and make a motion to, you know, approve this, but I'm not against having the parking discussion further. You know, as you alluded to the ATM out there, the family that owns the deed reverter on this, they're the ones that approve that. So, you know, you pick up the phone and you call them and you cut a deal with them and they say, hey, it's okay for commercial use, then we can do that. My understanding as far as the recreation component is it's not recreation that you guys are doing, it's for recreation for that field back there, if I'm correct in that. So, you know, there's this piece of property is very unique compared to the parking lots out in Destin that don't have these reverters on them and stuff like that. So it's kind of like trying to walk a fine line and not step over the line one way or another. You know, so I guess this has got to go to the LPA after this.
Correct.
For recommendations as well.
Correct.
Okay, so we have time to see if we can narrow down some of this parking stuff, because me personally, I have no problem with the shared parking agreements as long as there's the allowable, you know, parking available for everybody, because I think that's been the biggest concern that I've heard has been, you know, lack of infrastructure. You put 5 or 7 businesses on one piece of property using the amount of parking places designed for one business on that property, it creates infrastructure problems for everybody around you, which I think is what we've seen here at City Hall. I don't think up until probably you guys have been up and running to the extent and successful as you guys are, that we've ever driven by City Hall and seen it the way that we've seen it. And I know it's not just you guys, so I fully understand that, but you know, it's addressing all the issues to make sure that we don't step over the line with the deed restrictions that we have here, and to make sure that we do have a duty to protect other people's private property, because you are not allowed to negatively affect somebody else's private property. So if you have too much business going on in yours, and then all of a sudden they're parking all over your neighbors, then they've got to deal with, you know, hey, why do I have this business next door? They're operating, I have to abide by these parking rules, and they don't. They get to park everywhere, and now I'm having to deal with the repercussions. They'll be here standing at the microphone yelling at us because the same thing. So it is walking a fine line. So I mean, I guess with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2159 for a second reading, barring we can have a further discussion of the parking agreements or the parking situation. You know, so I don't necessarily know exactly how to word that with it having to go to the LPA next as well.
Do you want, so I believe the LPA is December 5th, is that right? So December 5th, there will be the LPA meeting. They'll make recommendations. Do you want us to come back to council with a revised section on parking, taking into account the LPA?
What if the parking section allowed for the parking agreement, so long as they comply with the
other
city? I mean, I don't think the intent is not to allow parking agreements. I think the intent is to make sure that a parking agreement still complies with our codes and ordinances. So perhaps if we just add that language saying that
That would definitely be a revision. It does prohibit parking. So we can just take that out, and then the other code relating to parking agreements would apply, simply. It's already in there. So if we take out this separate prohibition for the liveries, they will have the same requirements as everybody else.
But just as if Mr. Smith were to add an enhanced use to his business, he may share parking, but he would have to establish that it was sufficient with our codes and ordinances to
Exactly, because the other code provision is already there and applies to everybody.
Okay.
So if we take out the special provision for liveries, then the code that applies to everybody applies to them equally.
So Ms. Cotton, Mr. Smith could make the motion here and just remove that section
Correct.
from his motion.
Yeah, and then they'd be allowed to have parking agreements that are already permitted by code with those restrictions that are already in the code for everybody.
Okay.
All right, then I think that's the motion that we're making.
Is there a second to Mr. Smith's motion?
I'll second.
We have a motion from Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Mead, which is basically approving ordinance 2159, amending the Land Development Code section 5.04-32, livery vessel rental, removing the item which puts additional restrictions on livery businesses and only enforces the same restrictions that are on any business within the city, correct?
Dealing with parking.
Dealing with parking.
Yeah.
Further comment, Mr. Smith, you go first. No? Mr. Mead?
I think that addresses one of the primary things, which is parking concern. The other one with selling a business, I would think that if the stock of a business is simply sold to another, it would still be XYZ business operating there. And so if XYZ stayed, LLC stayed there, then there wouldn't be any new BTRs or any new applications.
Well, if we're requiring registration per vessel and the vessels are sold, then.
If the company sold and the business stays, I would think that would.
Right, if they're changing property, they have to come into compliance on their new property. If they're staying and just changing the business on the same property, they still have the same entitlements on the property.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, so,
Mr. Walker?
Chris, maybe this is for you. LDC conflicts that Ms. Garcia mentioned,
Mr.
marine.
Walker, I hate to do it, man, but we're in the, let's make a statement about this motion period here. We've asked.
Oh, I can't ask questions, or?
No, you did before.
Okay.
Now it's fine.
Gotcha.
But yeah.
So then my concern about this motion lacking clarity for me, the LDC, according to Ms. Garcia, that a marina's LDC code was every 2 slips, 1 parking spot. So if that remains in place with what we're talking about with this motion, or is there no parking? No, there is a parking ramification because you removed it, but it's going to say you live by what all the other businesses live by, which I hope that would allow her to say the land development code says that a marina is 2 for 1. That's all I want to make sure. It sounds like that's what Ms. Garcia wants. I couldn't ask you, but...
Ms. Kopp, is that correct?
Is which part correct? Are we talking about the specific property or the ordinance?
We're talking about the ordinance. The ordinance would allow a marina to have the same land development code for parking.
Yeah, this does not change the marina requirements at all. So if you
And it
take
would
out.
also not change the livery business requirements for parking.
Correct. We talked about taking out the parking agreement language that was specific to the liveries. Taking that out, the code related to parking agreements applies. But we didn't talk about changing anything for marinas or.
Right, but for livery business, that's gone from this.
Yeah.
So marina, livery business, car lot, nightclub, we're all the same.
Well, each use has a different.
Under parking on what we're talking about right now, correct?
Yes, if I'm understanding your question correctly.
All right, well, I'm just trying to, since Mr. Walker's not allowed to ask questions, as the chair, I'm trying to answer his question for him.
And thank you for that, and I'll keep trying to make a statement here because I need some clarity. As Ms. Garcia was stating, that she is the one business owner, the marina, and that if she meets, the marina meets the qualification for parking of 2 slips, 1 spot, she's good. However, if under this new potential change here that she's the marina owner, but then every business that rents a slip from her has to meet a different code, that creates a problem that would not be acceptable to Ms. Garcia, I'm pretty sure. So I would not be supporting this with that lack of clarity. If we could clarify that and that determine that, you know, a marina and any business inside of it, of that property, is going to comply with the LDC of marina parking requirements, I'd support it.
I would like to call Mr. Setti back up to clarify that issue, because I am also not feeling super clear on it right now.
Sure.
Listening to that.
I believe you did sum it up correctly, and that was an issue for Ms. Garcia there, is that marina is, the 1 per 2 wet slips, livery is 1.5 per vessel. When that came up, that was something that, we did have discussions, they brought up to us in that, hey, we're allowed marina, there's a difference here. How we've treated it is basically, as you described there, is that her as her marina and her business operating is at 1 per 2 wet slips. Any other new businesses that have come onto a property for liveries have to follow the livery requirements, which is more parking than her marina has, because, I'll say in our mind reviewing these, if, the use between a marina and the parking requirements versus a livery rental company, they're different. You're gonna have more people, more traffic in and out of there for a livery versus just a standard marina. So she can use hers, marina, and her parking as it was, existing, non-conformity or conforming, doesn't matter. If a new business comes in saying, hey, we're gonna now rent out these 3 slips at her marina, we're going to require 1.5 parking spaces per vessel that's coming in being rented as a new business. Not affecting her business, but the new ones.
Gotcha. Mrs. Berry, any thoughts on this motion?
I'm getting clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Mead, you already spoke. I'll say something as well, and then we'll go for everybody's second opportunity if they wish. I'm not feeling super clear about it either. I do really like that, once again, everybody seems to be working together. I like when the public shows up to these meetings and lets us know real world what's happening and how that affects real businesses in this situation, or real residents when it's something different. But I guess we passed that before in the previous livery vessel ordinance, or if that has always existed, I'm not sure. But it does make it very difficult. I don't really have necessarily a problem with any of the other things in the ordinance. I do like that we've certainly backed off the idea of trying to limit how many livery businesses can exist in the city. I don't ever want to get to a place where the city is saying you cannot have this kind of business provided it doesn't cause harm to someone or not meet other standards that already exist in our city. So I'm not going to say one way or the other whether I want to support the motion at this point, because I would like to hear, I think, what everyone else has to say again, especially Mr. Smith. So go ahead.
Well, I guess my understanding is what we're doing here is not really changing anything, because the ordinance already calls for 1.5 parking places currently right now. the existing ordinance has already got the parking set. So this isn't going to affect that at all. And I guess the difference is there's a use difference that's on the property. There's a marina use, and then there's a livery use, just kind of like Chris had said. The marina use is whatever it is, and the livery is whatever it is. But currently already in place, it's 1.5 per livery. So if you're not voting for this because of that, that's already in place, I guess is what my understanding is.
That's correct.
So that's not going to change anything.
Mr. Barry,
I have a question.
you have a statement.
A statement. I'm. Where are you going to put all the parking at? Oh, no, that's a good one. That's a statement. I'm concerned about parking. 1.5 park. My statement is that I'm concerned about additional parking, overload parking.
Certainly understandable. Anyone else? One last try, Mr. Walker.
Yeah, sure. Mr. Smith brought up, love it when we talk up here, as you do, and the LDC, what I'm hearing is that the Land Development Code did not consider that there would be pontoon rentals out of it. There's a slip, and they said with that slip, as Mr. Main had mentioned as well, there's other private vessels there that will hold up to 72 feet. That's 25 people or 30 people. So do they all show up there at one time? I believe that the LDC accounted for, or should have, would have, can account for pontoon boat rentals there. I know that in Destin, we see a fishing boat parked at its slip, and one day it may have 32 passengers, and another day it may have 12. But they operate, and Ms. Cobb, correct me if is a marina operating, is the LDC different in Destin as far as wet slips to parking spots required?
For liveries, it is different.
Livery, it's different, what you're talking
There's
about. There's
additional parking required for liveries in Destin.
But they park at a marina that has a parking requirement for one spot parking for every 2 slips at the marina, correct?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think
No,
that-
I don't think
I
there's
don't
that issue
know-
there.
I don't know their use of
Okay.
it, but what I will say, LDC
Ma'am.
definition of,
You have to come up here.
sorry, LDC definition of a marina in Fort Walton allows for rentals of boats and vessels. So it was baked in the cake with that. It was acknowledged whenever that definition was put into LDC that marinas could rent vessels. So to come back now and say, it is very confusing for marina owners. The conflict of the parking land development code and then our definition, it's very confusing. It really is, and it really puts us at a disadvantage.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Mayor, allowing her to come up, because that gives me much more clarity, understanding that the current LDC allows marinas to rent vessels, and the requirement of the LDC is that you have 1 parking spot for every 2 wet slips. So to then extract out those rental boats, place them back into a slip, old or new business, and all of a sudden, now you have to have 1.5 or 2 or whatever that number is. I'm with Ms. Garcia. The types of moves like this can put a business out of business, make you not want to be in the city, make you not want to come up here and deal with this stuff. I understand that, and I appreciate that, and I will not be in support of this motion.
Gotcha. Anyone else from council wish to say anything else? Mr. Mead?
So my understanding of this ordinance is we're not enhancing the parking obligations or requirements. My understanding is that we're putting into place fueling requirements that doesn't seem to explicitly prohibit, I call them fuel caddies, where you take the thing from your car and it doesn't say, it says you have to have a fuel plan that's approved, and I don't know what that plan is. This doesn't say that, this says you have, if you're gonna work on a boat, you've got to follow environmental policies and procedures. It says that if you're going to store a boat, you know, it's got to be in the appropriate place. It talks about having decals to have some regulation, just as the golf carts do, or other things. So it specifically prohibits what we've referred to as these road boats. So we're not we're not changing the parking requirements. And what we're doing is we're trying to refine the ordinance we started with, and it was my understanding when we started with it, we were going to continue to refine it so that we can have a cohesive policy in the city that would be best practices for the professional organizations that would prohibit or restrict these rogue tide operators. So the professionals, which we clearly have here today, they maintain their boats. They don't change the oil and drop the oil in the parking lot, some of those things. So my hope is that all these are, and our operators don't, I would assume they don't drop fuel in the water. That's what they said today. So it's my assumption that since we're not changing the parking and we're clarifying these things, that that this won't be an enhancement to the parking requirements, or it won't be any really substantial change to those that are following the best practices within the industry. So I'll support it for those reasons.
And I will just finally add, I will support the motion as it sits right now. However, I will look forward to seeing what comes from it, because I think it does have some imperfections, and I would like to see it go back to the what is it? LPA. And I didn't mean to be dismissive of the LPA. I meant to be dismissive of not knowing what it's called in my brain at the moment. I would like to see what comes from the LPA. I would also encourage Ms. Garcia and others to reach out to Mr. Fassetti. I know that now we've once again asked a specific group of business owners to be involved in the process, to make the process as good as they can make it, and as good as the city can make it. But I think it's not going to be good unless everyone's involved. So if I can help facilitate that in any way, please reach out to me or others on this stuff, so that we can get it done. But I will support the motion as it is now, with the parking restrictions removed. So. All right, council, please vote. It does pass 4-1. All right, we move on now to a place that I certainly know. Item 11.2. Ordinance 2167, amending COO Chapter 9, offenses.
Isn't that the one we
We'll
postponed?
remove that.
Yeah.
So I think we're on.
You know what, we will postpone. We'll move on to item 12.1, ordinances on second reading. Ordinance 2150, amending the comprehensive plan. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Fassetti.
Ordinance 2150, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, amending the comprehensive plan of the city, providing for consistency, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. This is second reading.
Thank you. So this is second reading. As you may recall, earlier this year, we brought this for first reading. It's a proposed amendment to the city's comprehensive plan. In this amendment, we were doing a couple of updates. Primarily, the focus was looking at the density and floor area ratio numbers for the mixed-use land use category. This was a response of kind of a next step process in the implementation of the downtown master plan, and over the last couple of years, we've had several city downtown stakeholder meetings and public meetings about this topic that led to the proposed amendment here. There was also some revised language regarding manufacturing and where manufacturing, different types of manufacturing can be done in the city. Also a response to some private business and development in the city, trying to help accommodate some business in the city and changing the business model for small scale light manufacturing that we're seeing locally and really happening around the nation. And then lastly, there was requirement for that if we were doing any update to the comprehensive plan, we had to include at that time a private property rights element. That was something that was added in Florida statute a couple of years ago that they just required cities when they were doing any of these types of updates, they would just have to include that element category to the comprehensive plan. So, as I said, we did take this through council for first reading back a couple of months ago, and it was recommended for approval on first reading. After that time, we did prepare and transmit it to the state, part of the Department of Commerce that handles state land planning. They did their review, and they did provide us back a letter saying they had no comments or objections to our proposal. So with that, we have prepared this item for second reading, and we do respectfully request the City Council adoption of ordinance number 2150, amending the comprehensive plan.
Thank you, Mr. Frasetti. Questions for Mr. Frasetti on ordinance 2150 from the council? Seeing none, does anyone from the public wish to speak on ordinance 2150? Seeing none, do we have any action on the item from the council? Seeing none, I will move ordinance 2150.
I'll second.
We have a motion made by me and seconded by Councilman Meade to approve ordinance 2150. Any additional comments from council? Seeing none, let's vote. And it does pass 5-0. That moves us to item 12.2, ordinance 2168, and ordinance amending COO section 2.06.03, the Firefighters Pension Trust Fund. Chief Morgan.
This is ordinance 2168, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, amending the City of Fort Walton Beach Municipal Firefighters Pension Trust Fund, amending section 2.06.03BB, supplemental benefit component for special benefits, chapter 175 share accounts, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith and providing an effective date. This is second reading.
All right, so this is the second reading on this ordinance. It's the same, there's been no changes, but I'll summarize it. So, Florida statute, section 175.351 mandates as a share plan component to the firefighters 175 pension plan. So, in order to fund that, there's no financial impact to the city. The reason being is because there's a frozen amount currently in the city that goes to offset the pension contributions. This is the amount of money that's sent by the state that's over that frozen amount that will be used to establish this share plan. At any point that money is not there, the share plan is not funded. If at any point this change is made, the share plan, the funding of the share plan is dependent on the stuff that's over. Staff respectfully recommends City Council approval of this ordinance, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief Morgan. Council questions for Chief Morgan?
I just wanted to, I remember us discussing it last time. You described the overage that the state gets. It comes from homeowners' policies, is that correct?
It does.
And it's just an overpayment from their behalf that exceeds what we have as a limit, is that correct?
It's not necessarily, it's not necessarily an overpayment, it's the payment. So the frozen amount that's in the union contract sets a specified amount to be put in here. And this is the amount that's over that frozen amount in the union contract. So it's the changes in the insurance, changes in the state's contributions and stuff that comes to the city.
So this is amending the union contract of that frozen amount?
This is amending the code of ordinances to establish a share plan for the pension.
I see. Just out of curiosity, could the union just increase that amount?
Well, it's a negotiated item. So, between the union and the city, anything can be negotiated. And that's why I said there's no financial impact. If they ever negotiate a difference, then that plan, you know, whatever they negotiate will be smaller if there's any overage. Or they negotiate a set amount, and eventually it'll be over again, and it'll go. I mean, it's just
And negotiations take place yearly,
every 3 years.
every 3 years. When was that number last adjusted in the union contract?
But I don't know. Can't
Okay.
tell you that.
It just seems to me that would be the easier way to do it, but I don't understand, you know, negotiated agreements between the union and the city, but it does appear that they agreed to freeze an amount.
And look at it this way, it's a mandate, it's a statute that mandates the share plan. This is how they fund it. If you increase that frozen amount to go, to put into the pension, and then they present a dedicated contribution to that share plan, then that share plan is gonna stay the same always. This way, it doesn't. If it ever goes down, the contribution to the share plan goes down. If it ever goes away, the contribution to the share plan goes away. Otherwise, it's gonna be an increase, it's gonna be a stagnant, it's gonna be what it is, what it is.
Just out of curiosity, what would happen if this didn't pass? I'm not saying that it won't, but if it didn't pass, that extra money they're wanting to send, where would that money go?
It still comes, it just sits and does nothing.
Where does it sit?
In the bank account?
I mean, in unrestricted, restricted slash general funds, I mean.
I was gonna say, keep in mind, it's restricted, it can only go to the 175 plan. That's mandated by the state.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Chief Morgan? Mr. Barry?
Yeah, I have a question. You mentioned homeowners. Could you clarify where that homeowners, like Fort Walton Beach homeowners, or?
Yeah, it's broken up into areas, so every department that gets a contribution from state tax monies, it comes from their district.
Any additional questions for Chief Morgan? Mr. Smith?
Just a little clarification. So there's an agreement you guys have with the city that says, hey, we're setting an amount, X amount of dollars. We get this money from the state. It funds that. It's funded 100%. The excess is just sitting in an account doing nothing. This gives you guys the ability to take that extra amount and use for additional benefits for our firefighters, essentially.
Correct. A mandated benefit.
Correct. Thank you, sir.
Mr.
For clarification, it's my recollection that this is a line item or a tax or a fee, if you will, of individuals' homeowners insurance policies that goes to the state and comes back to us locally. Is that close to being correct?
I'm gonna be honest, because I'm not in the Department of Insurance. I believe so. I know the state collects it, the state sends it.
So if you self-insure, then you're probably not paying that tax.
Yes, that's where I was.
That is correct.
As you said at the previous meeting.
Yeah. I just want to clarify.
Any other questions for Chief Morgan? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, do we have any action on this item from the council?
Mayor, make a motion to pass ordinance 2168, amending section 2.06.03 of the Firefighters Pensions Trust Fund.
Second. I have a motion made by Councilman Smith, seconded by me, to approve ordinance 2168, amending the Code of Ordinances, section 2.0603, the Firefighters Pension Trust Fund. Any additional comments? Please vote. And it does pass 5-0. That moves us on to item 13. Before we get there, unfortunately, I believe we are going to have to take a brief recess so that everyone may stand up, stretch their legs, and use the restroom. I think that one might be a bit of a long one, and we've been sitting for 2 hours and 30 minutes, so let's take a
2
break
bottles of
for
water.
10
All right, since the light is back on, we will reconvene this regular meeting of the City Council of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, here on this 19th day of November 2024 at 8:37 p.m. Central Time. We now move to item number 13, a request for code enforcement fine waiver and refund for 36 Miracle Strip Parkway Southwest. Once again, Mr. Persett.
Thank you. Yes, so this is a fine waiver request for the property down across the street over here, 36 Miracle Strip Parkway Southwest. Ms. Garcia and her representative are here as well this evening to speak on it. So Chapter 1 of our City Code of Ordinances does have a fine mitigation schedule that if you have code enforcement fines, that for a code case that you brought into compliance and you want to try and lower those fines, you can go through and follow the mitigation schedule and have it done administratively through staff and city manager. Alternatively, if you do want to request an amount different than that, less than that mitigation schedule, it just has to come before the city council for discussion and consideration. So that's what we have here tonight is we did receive a request to waive the code enforcement fines regarding a code enforcement case back from 2019 on this property. The background quickly is that it was a code enforcement case opened back in June of 2019 regarding some unsafe conditions on the dock, the piers at the property, and so it was a case that went through the code enforcement process beginning in 2019, went through an Order 1 hearing at the Code Enforcement Board in November of 2019, and then went for Order 2 in March of 2020. That resulted in running fines beginning in early 2020, and they were going to remain running until the property code case was brought to compliance. So again, regarding the finger piers and dock at the property there. So following that, those fines did begin running in early 2020. In August of 2022, the owner, there was an item in front of the City Council in August 2022 to negotiate a deal, work out an agreement with the city to basically subordinate the lien on the property. They were trying to obtain a construction loan, but because of the running fines and that lien on the property, they were having trouble doing so. So there was an agreement that was brought from the council and approved at that time that subordinated the priority of the code enforcement lien so that they could obtain a loan for the improvements on the property. But in exchange for that agreement by the city, there would be an amount held in escrow of $48,750 that if they didn't have the property, all the improvements, repairs made, and the property in compliance as of May 1st, 2023, that amount of $48,750 would be transferred to the city as a partial payment for the running fines for the city's code enforcement lien. Unfortunately, the property they were working on it, but they didn't quite meet that May 1st deadline. So the city they did cut that check to the city back in 2023, about a year and a half ago. The city did receive the check for $48,750. $650 of that went towards the administrative fees, and then $48,100 was applied to the running fines at that time. And then shortly after that, in May, property on May 22nd, 2023, was found in compliance, and the running fines stopped at approximately $242,000 in running fines. So that was May of 2023. Fast forwarding to this year, in just a couple months ago, the owner did pay the amount of additional $450, which actually brought it up to the fine mitigation schedule. So if they were to have gone through and followed our mitigation schedule in the Code of Ordinances, they have fully paid that amount. However, they did request that due to their situation, their request, they did ask that we do reduce the actual fine amount to zero. So in this case, basically, as I mentioned there, they did pay this amount of $48,550, and they, if council approves it, it would be a refund of that existing money that was already paid to them. If the council decided to deny this request, they could go through the standard mitigation schedule in the code, which they have already paid, which means that if we would go ahead and approve that request, their balance would be already paid off, the lien would effectively be zero, and the lien could be released. So that's kind of where we're at now. There's a lot of background in here, but really it's, either we could refund the money that has been paid based on that agreement for subordinating the lien about 2 years ago, or they go through the standard mitigation schedule, which they've already paid for, and the lien would be released. So I know they're here and they would like to speak, so I will turn it over to them.
Well, before we do that, first let's get out any questions here for the council, for you, Mr. Pursetti, as well. Anyone with any questions for Mr. Pursetti before we hear from Ms. Garcia or her representation?
I'd like to hear from Ms. Garcia myself. Probably have some questions.
All right, then Ms. Garcia or representatives.
Maya Schilder, 45 Ferry Road Northeast, and I'm acting on representative for her tonight. I hope there is not a 5-minute clock on this one. There is a bit of back history, and I'm going to I came in last year, so I have a bit of a learning curve. I may have to defer her every now and then, but I do have some pretty good notes. On June 14th of 2019, Ms. Garcia closed on 36 Miracle Street Parkway. The uplands closed. The submerged land lease, which controls dock repair, dock building, any kind of dock issue, did not go through until 2021. So when these fines, 10 days after the purchase of her property, the code enforcement comes out and fines her for the condition of docks that she has owned for 10 days. Those docks were in that state of disrepair for decades. None of the previous owners, not the owner, not Porky's, nor Mr. Tucker, had a code violation issued to them. It is quite unfortunate that after owning a piece of property in 10 days, you are given 60 days to repair docks. Now, I don't know how many people up here have ever had to work with the Department of Protection to try and get a dock or submerged land lease rectified. It is not a simple process. It took 2 years, partly because Mr. Tucker and an easement that was created that infringed on the riparian rights. So that property technically did not convey to her for 2 years and 2 months, I believe. So the fines began accruing on her on property that she didn't actually own. She had no rights to those submerged land lease at that point. You're a lawyer. Correct me if I'm wrong, but submerged land leases are state-owned sovereign lands, and until you are granted that land, it is not yours. So she was accruing $250,000 worth of fines on property, $250 a day, but which amounts to $250,000 on land that she did not own until 2021. Let's remember that in that time, we had Hurricane Sally, and we also had COVID. In 2020, when the February of 2020, I think that was February 11th, 2020, was the final deadline that you guys gave her to get things into compliance. Well, first of all, you cannot get a submerged land lease, especially one that's being contested, to get that transferred, to get permits after getting that submerged land lease transferred, to get Army Corps of Engineers situations settled. That is a monumental feat to ask anyone to do in that amount of time, much less a brand new landowner who just purchased this property. The final deadline was February 11th, 2020. Well, we all know what happened February 11th, 2020, in February 2020. In March of 2020, the governor issued a declaration of emergency. That created a series of events in this state which made dock repair materials virtually impossible to get. The Department of Environmental Protection was working from home with a skeleton crew at times. This body often did not meet or work at the same schedule that they did prior. But fees continued. Ms. Garcia actually came before and asked if things could just be abated or just be put on hold until COVID, until certain things could be worked out, and she was denied. Fees continued to accrue through COVID, after Hurricane Sally, until the docks were repaired, the completion of the docks were repaired in May of 2023. Now, the process of that had been started much before that. She actually came in and applied, telling you that she didn't own the submerged land lease, but you were insisting that she can't, well, the city was insisting that she come in and apply for a permit. There's proof of that her applying for a permit in July of 2019. On your own documentation, when you pulled up the records, Porky's name is on that permit, not Ms. Garcia's. Yet you've still accrued fines to Ms. Garcia, not to Porky's, or not to Jim Tucker, who the state should own the submerged land lease. Now, there is a small issue that was kind of done, I feel like, just to embarrass her, which was duck poop on an easement that she did not control. It was not hers, and someone else was feeding wild geese, and she was fined for that. That was rectified almost immediately, and there's no notations anywhere that that one was rectified. The fines continued, and I have documentation showing that she was not granted the submerged land lease until August 25th, 2021. It wasn't hers, but you fined her anyways. You know, there's documentation of when she began. She went under contract in December 22 to get the final dock repaired. She had been working on the center dock prior to that. Her contract with the builder stated that he would be done, signed contract, that the repairs would be completed in March of 2022, well within the May 1st deadline. She had no control on a builder not following through on that, not making that deadline. And in good faith, when you are coming out to inspect, when you have your inspectors coming out to inspect and seeing that she's got pylons being put in the water at that time, on May 1st, there was dock crews out there. They started work in December of 2022. In 2023, they were consistently working in the water, repairing. That was showing good faith on her part. She has no control over a global pandemic, a secondary hurricane that affected this area and affected the dock building industry, or a deadline that a contractor fails to meet. But what she did have control of was following through and pressing through this whole situation the entire time, working, trying to get, with Mr. Tucker, trying to get the easement and the submerged land lease transferred into her name, working to try and get permits. The city insisted, she had repaired docks in 2017 and 2018 with limited regulation from the city, and they were approved. Suddenly she needed structural engineers. She needed general contractors. These were all new things that were required by the city for these new docks. And let's remember again, I have to go back to, she had owned them for 10 days. The city knew that they were in disrepair for over a decade. To put these fines on her and create this financial hardship on her is really just, I'm sorry, it's almost unconscionable. She was working actively with bureaucracy, with a pandemic, with worldwide kind of chaos, and the city granted her no relief, none whatsoever. She had to take, when she went to go get the money to refinance her property, she lost, because of the lien that she discovered that was on the property, she lost an interest rate that she had negotiated. So the interest rate she lost in dealing, going back and forth with the city, has cost her thousands of dollars on top of it. Not to mention the thousands and thousands of dollars she has spent on legal fees. We are respectfully asking that you return all of the funds. She was not the controlling party of that submerged land lease at that time. She had no right to repair those docks. Those were not her property until the state granted them to her in 2021. If you have any questions, I got a stack of papers.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Garcia, do you want to also speak, or? I'm sure you could also answer questions if we have some.
I don't like to speak because I get emotional because it's been a ride. It's been a ride. So, when, just FYI, I had reached out when the city demanded. So what she missed out was that when I purchased the marina, an incident occurred at Porky's. And Porky's was running out of business and going out of business. I went under contract with them. They couldn't afford to pay the paint people. They couldn't afford to pay an employee, so I entered into a management agreement with Porky's that I would manage that marina and I would make sure that I was responsible for liability, for the employees, for this, for that, for cleaning it up. So I was in there and we kept extending the contract. We closed it, actually Meads, but I kept extending the, no, it wasn't, it was the easement that we did it at Meads. But, so I was managing it. And what happened was, when I owned 38 Miracle Strip Parkway, there was this guy that had two boats, sunk in the water a couple of times. I put the booms around it, cleaned up the oil, and told him he had to leave by the time that he sunk it again. But what he did was, he tied two boats like this with a teenager. I evicted him, and he went when the current was strong, and he went into Porky's Marina and hit a finger pier. She falls off and scratched her back. So he decides to come to the city and say, he thought I owned the marina. I didn't own it. I was managing it and taking care of it and cleaning it up because I knew I was going to own it, so I started it. And so he thought he was going to sue me. And unfortunately, it happened under Porky's liability insurance. So when the incident occurred that they finally started fining me for, it was LG Global Investments didn't own it. Porky's owned it. I closed, like, they got an incident, let's say on a Thursday, and I closed on a Monday. I didn't own it when the incident happened, but the fines came to me because he went over there and filed a complaint that I had bad docks or whatever. So I've been paying the price for Porky's and somebody else for a while. So that was the one thing that she did miss. When the city demanded all that stuff, and I asked Bert, please, can you just, you know, we've got COVID here, it's shut down, can you set the hearing over and give me some time? I just acquired it. And he said, no, I'm sorry, he denied me. Yet other people in the city were told, hey, we're not gonna cut your water off. The signs people were late 6 months in not making a payment to the city. They were deferred, and I said, can you just give me a little bit of time until everything opens up, because I had 3 businesses to run, no employees, you know, and sorry, I was turned down. And it was, I should have never been fined. It didn't happen to me, it happened to Porky's. I called Davis Marine, I called LDL. I was calling all kinds of people. Can y'all come here and give me a quote? Because I have to have a quote and give the general contractor, because they were demanding general contractors that were professional designers, you know, even a forensic concrete expert, and I had to literally, I got rid of so much tons of concrete because the city said that I couldn't fix it, even though I had an exemption from the Corps of Engineers that as a marina owner, I could repair and replace, but the city wouldn't let me repair and replace. The city said, you need a general contractor. And I'm going like, but you let me fix my own dock on 38 Miracle Strip. Sorry, you need your, so every time the rules are changing on me, but I kept fighting, and now I'm here. Not only do I would love and appreciate it if you would reconsider and give me that money back. When when we finished Dock 2, I got a partial, it was a partial approval, because I finished one dock, right? And so every time Kevin would come out, he would give me another 6 months. I should have been fined continuously, even though I was, you know, getting extensions and extensions and extensions and whatever. But those guys worked all night long to meet the May 1st deadline. And what she didn't mention was that they were also weather restrictions, because when it was raining, those dock guys couldn't come out. And it was like over all night long until like 8 o'clock at night, working on these docks just to meet the May deadline. We missed it by 2 weeks, and I had to give you $50,000. I remember at the last meeting, I heard you say, sir, that, you know, I don't understand. We give the money back to the people. I mean, we have done it before. So I was made to put $100 and something thousand in escrow. That's been in escrow for over a year. I want my money. I want my money. So I want the money released that's in escrow, and my attorneys, I think it's 170 something thousand, and I would like my $50,000 back. If not, I'm used to it. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. I understand it's an emotional issue, certainly. All right, so at this point, let's have council with any questions for either Mr. Frasetti or Ms. Garcia or her representation.
I have some comments and questions for both.
Let's just do some questions now and then comments after the motion.
I would like to thank Chris and your staff for the excellent put together of this background material here. It just makes it so easy for me to see what you're saying, see what happened, and then apologize to Ms. Garcia for the red tape you've had to deal with, and just the problems that you've had to deal with in trying to operate your business over there. Sorry. I can't imagine how much burden this has placed on you, and I hope that the council as a group comes together and comes up with a good solution for you and the problems you faced this time. And just out of curiosity, how much did the dock repairs and replacement cost all total?
If you are going to answer a question, please do step up here.
Oh, sorry.
So the last dock, the one by Mr. Tucker, which, by the way, the only way that I was able to get that lease back was Mr. Tucker and I had to go into agreements that, because they cut it off where his boat is, him and Porky's cut it off, and when they cut it off, they cut off the docks. And so the submerged land lease didn't exist because they cut it up. So between Mr. Meade and Philip Bates, they agreed on allowing me an easement around the shoreline just to get that riparian line rights back to put that whole submerged land lease back together again with surveyors and all that stuff. So anyways, the question was...
The cost of the repair of the docks.
So on that dock in front of Mr. Tucker, I was made to remove all the concrete. It cost me close to $400,000 plus. And then the middle dock, because I did get a general contractor, and the city allowed me, I think, we went ahead and had subcontractors, and that one cost me about $100.
So 500 total. 500 total.
It was over 500.
Okay.
Yeah, not including legal fees, because
sure.
2 years of legal fees for that, and then honestly, sometimes I feel that when I come here, I have to have representation, because when I make a comment, it's, you know, it's like, hey, my land development code says this. No, and she comes in, yes. So when I bring an attorney, I'm not bringing an attorney because I'm against the city. I bring an attorney because I want to be heard. So whatever rumors are out there that I was, you know, suing the city, which somebody said that, it's, no, I just come with representation so I can be heard. And it's cost me a lot of money.
Thank you.
Anyone else with questions for either Ms. Garcia or her representation, or Mr. Frasetti, Mr. Smith?
Just Mr. Frasetti, I guess, you know, kind of trying to parse everything together and figuring everything out. Obviously, we got to hear from her, about everything that she's been jumping through, as it relates to the fines and stuff like that. How, I guess if she's saying she doesn't own the submerged land lease and somebody else does, like how does all that work and who do they fine and I'm a little lost here on that aspect of things.
Sure, and she did bring that up with us back, at that time in 2020, 2019, with that, and we worked with our city attorney at that time to review it because part of our understanding, she had just bought the property that was the parcel there, but our understanding also was that she was operating and managing those docks throughout that duration of time. I know she mentioned the incident that happened there. That's what initiated this whole situation, was that we did receive a code complaint. We didn't know the extent of the situation, the issues on the docks there, because we don't trespass on private property in code enforcement. In that case, we received a code complaint, and that's when it initiated. Unfortunately, it was a couple days after she had purchased the property there. As far as the submerged land lease and all, we did work with the city attorney and went through the code enforcement process. She was responsible. She owned the Oakland's property, and she was managing and operating those docks and marina at that time.
So you're saying that the fine gets attached to the upland property owner no matter if there's a submerged land lease or not?
Yes, that was the direction that we received on this.
Kim, do you have an opinion on that?
I will say I wasn't the attorney here at the time, so I was not involved in the legal opinion, and I have not independently researched it. I can see how he came to that conclusion because the upland owner is in control, but at the same time, from a fairness perspective, if she doesn't have authority to repair the docks, there could have been some working together on that.
Anyone else with any questions for Mr. Paccetti or Ms. Garcia or her representation? I would ask this of Mr. Paccetti. Has there ever been any kind of situation like this? I mean, that you know of? You've been with the city a long time.
This is the only one specifically like this that I've dealt with.
And you can certainly understand, I think, where Ms. Garcia is coming from as well with...
Absolutely. And, I know she mentioned our code inspector that involved code cases, Mr. Burt Rhodes, and when she asked him, it was 2020, obviously everything going on that spring of 2020, going back to that, it was the timing, unfortunately, when that question was asked, it had gone through the order 2, there was an appeals period that you could appeal an order, to a circuit court. Unfortunately, it was out of our hands at that time, and you said, we can't stop those running fines. It's been, deemed, the order 2 has been signed by the code board, and they were running. And we explained to her this process even back then, saying, hey, get it in compliance, and then you can ask to have it mitigated or reduced.
And then kind of once that ball gets rolling, it's rolling.
So once it's through an order 2 and you pass that appeals period, it's going until it's in compliance. 2022 was when they came to us with that length of ordination agreement, and we found that as, hey, this is an opportunity hopefully to put some deadlines and really try to get this.
And I do recall that.
Prepared.
Let me ask you this as well, and what Ms. Garcia said, the money was put into escrow, that still remains in escrow?
The $48,000 and some change there was paid to the city last year. I'm not aware, and she can certainly correct me, I wasn't aware of any additional funds in escrow. I thought we covered the amount that was agreed upon in the agreement there in escrow, which was released to the city in May. And even as they were working, like I said, they were working hard. We know they were. Our inspector was out there, seeing as they were getting up to that May 1st deadline. We were there every day leading up to that for a few days. When they did go up to May 1st, we went out there. We saw that work was being done, but it wasn't completed. And at that time, we actually gave that information to the city attorney to ask, hey, looking at this black and white, do they meet the language in this agreement or not? And found out it's not complete. The project, the permit cannot be closed out, so they missed it.
So right now, what has Ms. Garcia paid in fines to the city? Just the $48,550?
Yes. So it's the $48,550 in addition to the $650 in admin fees.
Right.
So yes,
so
that's what's been paid.
And then as it says right here in front of me, case NUS 19-0565 has a fine of $194,200 still due.
Yes. Now, sorry.
No, go ahead.
The amount that she's paid is in accordance with our existing mitigation schedule. The existing fee fine there is outstanding on this lien.
So she's not paid $194,200, which is the fine that started way back when she first purchased the property, and we've heard all the details.
That is the balance of it that she has not paid.
Gotcha. And so what she did pay was when we said, hey, we know you're working on this, she came in, we did all that, put the thing in the escrow so she can get the loan to do the $500,000 plus of repairs. And then once that deadline wasn't met, that $48,550 reverted to the city.
Yes.
So currently, as she's standing in front of us, what she's asking for, I believe, is for not to pay the $194,200 in fines. And then also additionally for us to refund her $48,550.
I believe so.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we were all clear on all of the mechanics of that, because once everyone starts speaking, and I certainly understand the passion and I mean, it's your livelihood, period, plain and simple. There's a lot of things get thrown around. I just want to make sure that we're all focused on exactly what the ask is here. Anyone else with questions for either Mr. Corsetti or Ms. Garcia or her representation? Seeing none, would anyone else from the public like to speak on this other than Ms. Garcia or her representation? We'll allow Ms. Garcia certainly one more opportunity.
I just want to make a quick comment too, that in April of 2024, I tried to buy my son who's disabled a house, and I was not allowed to because the city had not removed, the title company refused to write title because my name, Luisa Garcia, not just LG Global Investments, had a municipality lien, and I was not allowed to get title on the house. So my lawyer called and said, hey, y'all need to fix that and remove that. So that was another thing. And then the other thing that happened too is that at the very beginning was a lot of confusion, not just for Chris, but for us. I was trying to get my note refinanced and get money for the bank. And this bank from Alabama was giving me 4.25% for this note. And the city, I came and said, hey, I'm getting a new loan, and are you guys going to have a lien or anything? The bank wants to know. And they said, no, we're the bottom feeders. And he'll confirm that he said we're the bottom feeders. So at 4.25, I'm moving on with the closing of this new loan. And then it turns out that information was incorrect. And so, but it took a little while to get that, because if it's a new note, then yes, they are now at the top, and you got to clear the municipality and the liens and stuff like that. But in the process of me getting a note for 4.25, by the time all that confusion was done, I got a note for 7.25 for 20 years. So I lost the difference of 4.25 and 7.25 for 20 years. Thank you.
Ms. Moon, thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak?
Just really quick, in getting ready for this, I did reach out to several people at the DEP, and I kind of got shuffled around because it was such a complex question for the people who do submerged land leases. But the consensus was that she did not have the right to repair the docks until the land lease was in her name. That was the general consensus. I can get you names of the people that I spoke with, but literally that is a complex question. I don't believe so. I'm gonna have to pass you off onto somebody else. Boy, that's a really complex question. I'm gonna have to send you next door. I got that at least 3 or 4 times in the phone calls that I made over the last few days.
All right, everyone certainly had plenty of opportunity to speak, state the case, ask questions, etc. It's on the council now to provide some sort of direction here to the city and their staff. The staff respectfully requests the city council direction on the request of LG Global Investments, LLC, to waive the entirety of the code enforcement fines and refund the partially paid fines for 36 Miracle Strip Parkway Southwest. So any action is now on us, council, if anyone chooses to make a motion on this item.
I'll make a motion that that city council chooses to approve the current request, and the city will need to refund $48,550 back to the property owner.
I have a motion from Mr. Walker to honor the request of LG Global Investments LLC to waive the entirety of the code enforcement fines and refund the partially paid fines for 36 Miracle Strip Parkway Southwest. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second for discussion.
We have a motion made by Mr. Walker and now seconded by Mr. Smith. Mr. Walker, the floor is yours.
Yeah, and I think the times in the past that we've done these with, there are always special circumstances. We've reviewed the individual person, the matters, the cases of it, and I think in majority of cases we've sided with the citizen and returning what monies we could. I did not mention the 650. I think I've been a part of 2 or 3 previous citizens' requests for abatement or return abatement of the fines and whatnot, and we've always, and I could be wrong, we've reduced the fine either to 0 or thereabouts, but we did allow the $650. Is it 650 plus 450? I think is what I read. The 2 payments, Ms. Garcia, $650 once, $450 another time, so $1,100.
It's $650 is the administrative fees.
$650 is the administrative fee. So we had maintained administrative fees on previous fine reduction requests when the matter, when it seemed to appeal to the council's decision with that. So I would amend it. I'd be open to amending it to the returning it minus the $650 if that's not already accounted for in the numbers provided.
Mr. Smith, any discussion?
Yeah, I was on council. I remember when this came in and it got approved, and I vividly remember, and we can go back and watch the video. I asked Ms. Garcia if this was enough time to get this done, because I had just got done building a few docks myself. I understand the run up to it, stuff like that. I asked if she already had her contract selected, and we were told yes, and this was August. So to hear that the work didn't even start until December, because I feel like I saw this coming. I was missing the deadline and having this conversation, and I wanted to make sure that you were 100% sure that you can get this done. You have everything lined up, and she told me yes. So, there's something to be said there, but I also fully agree. I have a submerged land lease too, and you're not touching anything in that submerged land lease if it's not in your name. You can attempt to, but if they come and they catch you, you got a whole nother set of problems going on there. So I'm willing to talk about something. I think that the amount is wrong. I think maybe we talk about from the time that the land lease did get put in her name to a maximum of when the dock got done, and we see what that amount is, and then maybe I can come up with a number that I can probably get on board with, because I don't believe the full burden is on her and is her responsibility. I will say, when you go buy something, due diligence, it's worth its weight in gold. So I don't know how that slipped through the crack, but it did, and it is what it is. But at the same sense, I know that even if you wanted to fix it, you couldn't fix it. So, can you give me that date? When was that date that the submerged land lease got granted?
It was granted August 25th, 2021. But I would just like to remind everybody.
If you are going to make a statement, though, you definitely have to come up here. I'm sorry.
We do have to remember about COVID, about this everything became delayed. And just because her permit she finally got her land lease in August of 2021, we were not back to normal. Construction was backed up for months, if not years. And her having a contractor agree that he was going to do a job is vastly different from the contractor actually maintaining his previous schedules, staying on those schedules, and adhering to a schedule with her. She had a signed contract that the docks would be done in March. She had a signed contract for that. If you've built docks, you know things come up. Weather affects it. Material availability affects it. And material availability from 2020 to 2022, being in the boating industry, building docks myself, it was ridiculously expensive and materials were difficult. Lumber was virtually impossible to get your hands on. So all of those things, there are so many mitigating factors against her in this. That's why I have to advocate for.
Yeah, I understand all that, and that's why when we did have this conversation, when we came up here, I asked you directly, is this enough time? You have everything lined up, we can get done by this time. Because I was concerned that we would end up here knowing how all that stuff goes on, and then to hear that it didn't even start taking place and the agreement to the contractor didn't take place until December, that's 4 months lost for whatever reason. I wasn't in there, I can't say what happened, what didn't happen. I just know that, hey, this is the time we started, this is the time we were supposed to be finished. You told me you could get finished, and we didn't get finished, so now we gotta figure out where we go from here. And there's a whole other list of issues, like I said, with the submerged land lease and everything leading up to that, that ultimately I understand. Even if she wanted to, she could not touch it, because it'd be way worse to deal with the state than it would be the city of Fort Walton Beach.
They can be grumpy enough to just about make you lose it, but
Yeah.
Thinking you have one doesn't mean a contractor, issues arise once you get one. Anybody in construction knows that.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, are you finished with it?
No, I'm finished, yes.
Okay, for now. Mr. Mead, any comments?
No comments. I've previously disclosed to the clerk that I do have a conflict for voting on this one, so I won't be voting.
Gotcha. Mr. Berry, any comments?
No, I'm satisfied.
All right. Anyone else? Mr. Walker, Mr. Smith, any additional comments? I'll yammer around for a second. I can certainly see both sides here as well. A lot of problems leading up to the whole situation. With previous owners, I can certainly understand the difficulty of trying to get that paperwork done. While I certainly have never built any docks myself or repaired any docks or owned a submerged land lease, I know that is a terrible process, because I have worked with all these livery people quite a bit, and I know that's a massive process that's well out of your control. However, I also agree with Mr. Smith that, in this room, we have this schedule, we try to work on this schedule. There's always going to be factors that go against everyone's goals. I think I would like to find somewhere in the middle as well, as to what that number is. I'm all for that you've met all the requirements, that you've updated the thing, and I don't want to see it held to the $194,000 worth of fines. As I said when we were in this room before, I want this to work. I want you to get the thing fixed, have your business thrive, and then this is all taken care of. But we also put the deadline on there, and that's when that escrow money kicked out, because it was a deadline for a reason, and it's meant to encourage whomever it is to get the work done. So I would like to see if there's some kind of place in the middle that we could meet, but I'm not really sure where that is and how we would work that out this evening. My thoughts for further discussion if you choose.
I think in the staff report, and Chris can correct me if I'm wrong, but in 2.6, I think staff thinks the best case scenario would be to keep the money that was paid and then release the rest so that she doesn't have to pay additional money. That is an option, and I think staff would support that. Am I misquoting you?
Staff is just asking for a recommendation, and I certainly understand that was in the back of it, and that was the thing.
Yes, that is an option. That is following the code of ordinances mitigation schedule. If we were to do that.
But we also have a motion here to refund the additional money.
Minus the $650 administrative fee, which
Right.
we've done previously.
All right, well, any further discussion on this? All right, seeing none, please vote.
I second it, but I'm going to vote against it.
Okay. I think I can get it. He won't let me, so he's gonna do next.
Okay, so if it helps at all, I am going to vote yes, so I can second, and then Travis can vote no. All right, so it does pass 3-1 in favor of Ms. Garcia. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. All right, we move on to item 13.2. Authorization to abate nuisances at 69 Lori Drive Northeast. Once again, Mr. Persetti.
Thank you. So this is an authorization request to abate nuisances at 69 Lori. This is a code case. It's been a long-running code case. Originally began in 2015. It went to the Code Enforcement Board for Order 1 in January 2016, and then further for Order 2 in front of the Code Board in March of 2016, when running fines $700 a day started accruing. This is one of these we've taken. I'm sure the council has seen from time to time. We bring some nuisance abatement cases. Kind of what we're trying to do is identify some of these long-running code cases that never come into compliance, have hard outstanding running fines and lien on the property. And so in this case, 69 Lori Drive Northeast, it's, I don't know if you may have seen the pictures in the background, but it's just a lot of litter, trash, accumulation of stuff outside. The yard hasn't really been maintained, grass and vines and vegetation kind of overgrown on the property. So what we're requesting is really just to move forward with a nuisance abatement to remove all of the debris, litter, material, there's cardboard boxes and stuff just all around. Remove all of that. We also had included talking about mowing the property, at least we were thinking at this point, with winter here, if we mowed it now, we could probably last for a few months through the winter. However, they actually have cut the grass recently, so we wouldn't really look at doing that. We just recently did get one price quote for the removal of all the debris there, and it was about $4,000 is what we would be expecting. We would try to get a couple more quotes to see where that finally came in at, but we have looked at this one. We also worked with Mr. Burns, our city attorney, some throughout this process. There's a kind of complicated ownership situation with 3 relatives that own the property. One, this is a homesteaded property and they are at this address, and then there's 2 other owners that live out of state in Tennessee. So they're all noticed. However, they don't typically, they never answer the door for us. They don't come out. We can't ever really talk to them face to face, but we do always send our certified mail, our notices. We also posted the property here. So it's gone through the code enforcement process years ago, and it's just sat with no improvement for many, many years. And it's one that we do regularly receive continued complaints and comments from neighbors and people in the community about. So with that, we are requesting City Council authorization to abate the nuisances at 69 Lori Drive Northeast by approving the city to bring it into compliance with, and then we would assess, charge the property owner with the lien for the cost incurred to remove any of that accumulation of litter, household items, unlicensed, non-operative vehicles, trash, and debris. As I said, we also had include mowing, although it doesn't really need at this point. If you did authorize us, it's something that we could consider doing, maybe in the spring if needed, and just adding that to the lien for the property if we wanted to maintain that, into some, acceptable condition. Thank you.
All right. All right, questions for Mr. Frasetti on this?
I have a question.
Sure.
Are you gonna maintain this property forever and ever, amen?
You know, that's, you know, it's a tough thing with these, you know, we can do it one time, you know, we can remove the litter. You know, we've had some others that, you know, they're really bringing in more and more stuff. This one typically is kind of the same stuff there forever. So it may not be, you know, such a recurring issue, but it is really up to the city and the council's decision. Do we want to deal with it one time, remove everything, clean it up, and be done? Do we want to revisit this at another time in the future? You know, whether it comes back to council, if they come out of compliance. Because if we do go forward with this nuisance abatement, then the property would be complied. If they do bring more junk or you know, let the yard get out of control, then it would be a repeat violation that would bring back to the magistrate in a quicker process, and then it could be back here again in the future. That's always sort of the thing.
Are you charging to clean up?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it would come out of, you know, city dollars, but then we would assess a lien to the property, which already has one. You know, it's always, you know, the situation obviously like the last item. Are we, you know, spending this money to try and improve the neighborhood? We're trying to clean up property. What's the value of this worth to us? You know, are we going to get that money back in a lien? You know, pay off in the future, mitigation. That's really what's for discussion here. Is, you know, do we want to leave it as it's been for many, many years, or do we just want to try and, you know, clean it up one time here and see if it stays like that or not?
Mr. Smith.
I remember last time we did one of these, you guys had already got an estimate for us before we even talked about it.
Yes.
And we don't have one here, so you guys are just wondering if it's something we want to look into and get an estimate, and then we would bring it back and decide again.
We were trying to get some estimates. It's a struggle with these. Typically, some of the contractors we deal with, they don't like to go out of their way to give quotes if they feel like there's no chance of getting a job. I was talking to the inspector that has this case just this morning, preparing for this, and he told me that he actually did just get one that came in just under $4,000 to remove everything. So, you know, I'd say safely we could expect about $4,000 for this one.
Mr. Walker.
Oh, yeah, that was going to be my first question. And again, once again, thank you for the excellent layout of the timeline and everything.
Let's go. Turn left.
You're here. And similar, I was trying to recall that one as well. It seems like, and maybe this one's cleaner or better, because that one was kind of messy internally paper-wise, but is there a court order yet?
No, sir. No court order, and there's not one required for this process.
Okay.
We're looking at foreclosure, which this property is homesteaded, so you know, we're not looking at exploring that route for foreclosure, but just for nuisance abatement. So
yeah, and that's where I was definitely, because I remember that foreclosure issue on that particular house, and it was homesteaded to him as well, but we did have court orders, but that had been going on for 5 or 6 years, so I don't know if something was being done different than today.
Well, that one, it was kind of weird because he lived there, but it was actually not homesteaded.
Okay.
So legally, you know,
gotcha.
we could explore that route.
Okay. Yeah, so at this point, and with the cost and 4,000 there, Jeff's got authorization for 10,000 without even coming back to us, right? Is that something? 50. I mean, so I hope you wouldn't spend 50 to clean it up. I'd like to bid on that boat if so, but yeah, so I mean, you're just asking us for approval to go forward with the abatement process? Okay.
Mr. Frasetti, would the abatement include, I mean, I know you said you don't need to mow the grass, but, you know, there's trees hanging over the house and, you know,
That's, I mean, we
see grass on there.
like the vines and everything that, you know, over the house.
Everything that would bring it into,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
So whatever that is. I see a boat in the front yard. Is that something, I mean, is it?
Yes, that's where we mentioned non-operative vehicle. It's a boat that's
So it's removed the boat.
It's been sitting there for as long as this case has been.
Because you know, I'm not driven by the property probably for, I don't know, quite a while. But it does look, you know, I know that neighborhood, and I know that the majority of the homes in that neighborhood are well kept. And I'm sure all of the neighbors would be very in favor of this. How long has this gone on?
This case started 9 years ago. It's really kind of been the same for 9 years. You know, it's not like, you know, the whole yard is covered and stuff, but it's just the
Remember you
same.
said it's not been added to.
Right,
And
it's-
and the living situation there, I know you said there's 3 different owners.
Yes.
And they don't come to the door when you knock.
Right, there's 2 out of state, one that address is here, they don't come to the door, I know the inspector, you know, go up and knock and, you know, taking the pictures and all, and nobody ever shows up, but we do post notices there. If it's on the, if we literally tape a notice to the door, we come back, the notice is no longer on the door, so.
And then when I see the photos in the backup, it looks to be an operative vehicle in the driveway.
If it has registration.
No, I mean, like, is that the code enforcer's vehicle, or is that somebody that lives there's vehicle?
No, that's someone like that lives there. If it's registered and has a license plate, we're not.
Okay. I just really kind of wanted to get it.
Yes.
There is someone that lives in the home.
We believe so.
As
I
far
know
as
the police department's had some, I think, response to that property in the past as well.
Yeah, and so just as with any other situation similar to this, when the contractor goes to show up,
Yes.
you're also showing up there with code enforcement and law enforcement?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes. Okay, for sure.
Any additional questions here for Mr. Rossetti? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, any action to take?
I'll make a motion that we direct staff to do a one-time cleanup to bring the property in compliance. I'd like for us to revisit it in a number of months to make sure that hopefully, it sounds like if it stays status quo, then hopefully it'll stay in compliance. After we do this, I'd like to make sure that that we have 3 estimates before, but this motion would go ahead and authorize you to accept one of the 3 estimates. I would like these monies expended by the city to be reduced to a lien, and for the city attorney to consider the possibility of whether or not you can foreclose, if this amounts to a mechanic's lien or not, and whether or not it can be foreclosed. And I appreciate you pasting the notices on the door, because we've seen before where individuals say they never received notices. So taping them on the door, your continued confirmation that you're mailing them to the address that the tax bills go to. When hopefully this cures it, but if it doesn't, then that will clarify that there was notice posted. So thank you for doing that, and that concludes my motion, and I can repeat that if that's necessary.
No, I think we're good. That's all right. I got you through the thank you there at the end. It's seconded by Councilman Smith. Councilman Mead's motion to one time authorize the city to pay for the abatement of the code violations at 69 Livery Drive Northeast. Is that correct?
With 3 estimates for us to revisit this in a number of months and impose a lien for the expenditures by the city and to continue to post notices.
Fantastic. Any additional discussion? Mr. Mead? Mr. Smith?
I have a question.
Mrs. Berry? You have a statement?
Statement.
You can ask me.
Water bills, electric bills, gas bills. How do
I feel like we're on a $64,000 pyramid.
Are they being paid? That's a question I'm
Right,
asking you.
I got you. Yeah. I don't know that we would have, I don't know that we would know that. Mr. Paccetti, do you know that?
No, and I'm calling
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Berry, I have to let you down on that.
I know you did.
Anyone
But when we
else?
do the title work on the property, we'll find out if there's any
There we go.
liens.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Walker.
Curiosity question. It's happened in my real estate to you, Mr. Mayor, and probably to you could ask it to Mr. Paccetti, but has anybody done a wellness check?
Mr. Paccetti or Mr. Chief Morgan, maybe? Anyone had to run any calls at 69 Livery Drive?
Just a wellness check.
I haven't
had any calls.
Okay.
No.
Mr. Paccetti?
I believe the police department was out there a couple months ago.
So there has been some
I believe,
interaction.
I believe so.
There is someone alive.
I believe the police department did actually do a check on this property a few months ago.
Okay, and that's what it was. I just want to know a wellness check. Hey, is someone alive in here or dead? You know?
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, let's vote. And the motion does pass 5-0. Which moves us on to a screen that I have all whacked out now. Sorry, item, is that right? 13.3, authorization to utilize funds from the Law Enforcement Trust Fund.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and the council. Brandon Chapin, Police Department. In front of you is an item for, which is a request of the Police Department to utilize funds from our Law Enforcement Trust Fund, which are funds received by our department from seizures and asset forfeitures during criminal investigations. We're requesting the utilization of $12,500 for various items which were presented to you, community events, marketing and branding, and other officer safety equipment. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Thank you, sir. Questions for Mr. Chapin? Seeing none, anyone from the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, any action on this item from the council? I will move to authorize to utilize up to $12,500 from the Law Enforcement Trust Fund to purchase items for the Fort Walton Beach Police Department and authorization for the city manager to follow the normal purchasing procedures.
Second.
A motion and a second by Councilman Meade. Any further discussion from anyone on the council?
I know we're going to be talking about it probably in the coming topics down there, but you know, at some point we're going to have to wrap our mind around this. This is an operations cost, and Nicole, this
It is not an operations cost.
Oh, is it not?
Law Enforcement Trust Fund.
Oh, okay. I thought it was an operations.
No, it's totally different.
Perfect.
Basket of money.
Answered that.
All right. So, seeing no additional comments, please vote. And it does pass 5-0, which moves us on to item 13.4, City Council seat nominations. So we do have an open spot on this council, which was obviously a result of Councilman Schmidt's resignation. I believe that we have had thus far 1 nomination, 2 nominations? Just one nomination. So I think this is an opportunity for anyone else on the council. If you've spoken to anyone that has stated that they would like to be nominated for that seat, this is a great time to make that nomination. If there's anyone from the public that wishes to make a case to say, hey, how about me? We would love to hear that at this time as well. Otherwise, I think we'll move on to the next item.
Brandon Bishop, 309 Briarwood Circle. I know I've sent all of y'all an email and got 1 reply back, or my bad, 2 replies, one from Mayor and Mayor Pertine here. So I appreciate the responses back. I would like my name to be added to the list. There's 3 months left. And, you know, I think Fort Walton needs some trust. 2 people they can trust in. And I'm that person. I'm still going to run in March, whether I get the seat or not, and try to fight for it. So just want to throw my name out there to y'all and add it to y'all's list. So I appreciate the opportunity.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Anyone else from the public wish to speak or throw someone out there? Anyone else from council wish to make any additional nominations? We have so far Councilman Schmidt. We have interest from the second party. I will personally nominate Mr. Bishop as well. As I've said many times over, I think that anyone who's willing to participate in the process and be involved is commendable. Even showing up to these meetings and making your voice heard as a citizen or business owner or somebody who just spots something that they would like to change is an admirable pursuit. So I would absolutely nominate Mr. Bishop to also be included in the consideration for the open seat. Is there anyone else who would like to
No? Seeing none, we will move on to item 14, city manager reports.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, just a few things. I've got, our next meeting is scheduled for the 17th of December. I am requesting, we had a CRA meeting that day. We do have a ton of items on the 17th, some lengthy ones. I'm requesting we move the CRA meeting into January and then have a 4 o'clock special meeting on December 17th, and include items of school zone camera times, livery parking issues, just to name a few. We can build that list and get it out to council, but I would request a special meeting at 4 o'clock on the 17th, followed by a regular meeting at 6. If you guys are good with that one.
Anyone see any issues with that?
Okay.
And we're talking about just moving the CRA.
Moving the CRA meeting into January, replacing that meeting with a meeting that starts at 4 o'clock.
The reason it's a special meeting is because you can take action during a special meeting rather than a workshop.
Yeah.
And we will be voting on the vacant city council seat on the December 17th.
Correct.
Regular meeting.
That would be at 6 o'clock at the regular meeting.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to.
But the agenda is just so long, we could put other items at 4 o'clock.
Correct.
Because it's the only meeting of the month.
That's right.
Correct.
Such as this.
And there's a couple things added tonight, just like the parking we discussed for the livery and the school zone camera times, and we have some discussions on that. I do have some things coming up here. We got Light Up the Night Christmas tree lighting on Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, November 29th at 5 p.m. The tree lighting will be at 5:30 at the landing. We've got the Christmas parade. It's always the first Monday in December. It's December 2nd at 6:30. If you all would like to participate in it, please let Kim know. Old Fashioned Camp Walton Schoolhouse Saturday, Christmas at the Camp Walton Schoolhouse Saturday, December 7th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. We have Winter Wonderland performed by our police department on Friday and Saturday, December 6th and 7th from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. on both nights at the Northwest Florida Fairgrounds. And Santa's Firehouse Cruise Through Toy Drive, Saturday, December 14th, by our fire department from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And that's at station number 6. So a lot of big Christmas events coming up. That's it, Mayor.
All right, city attorney reports.
Just one update on the litigation update that's in your agenda packet under risk protection orders, the one that says it was expiring on November 7th. Since the date of the agenda, that's been extended to July 31st of 2025. Other than that, I don't have anything.
Questions from Ms. Cobb? Seeing none, we'll move on to final comments, and I will kick it off myself. I would also encourage the city staff to put on one of those 2 meetings in December a discussion regarding the recently passed charter amendments, so that we can have that preferably at the 6 o'clock meeting, so that if we do have a new council person that's voted on, I know Mr. Jeter will be back for that meeting as well. I'd just like to see a full council be able to talk about that and implement those as the council sees fit, if that's possible. Sure. Secondly, I'd also like to address what Mr. Van Landingham said in here earlier. I know that was pretty difficult for a city employee to stand up here in this room and say those things. I have certainly also heard these things have gone on with Ms. DeBerry at the rec center, and I know that she has been spoken to about it. I know that that's something that can't continue. What action we can take, obviously, I don't recommend removing someone from a city council that's been elected by the public. However, there are steps we can take in censuring any council member that continues to engage in behavior that's against the best interests of what we're as a city trying to do. We have a staff, they have jobs, they have a boss, that boss has a boss, etc. We're the boss
of the city manager, but that's a collective boss. That's a 7-person boss. You know, for any one person to go into any city facility and direct staff is absolutely, totally against the rules. And I just have to say something, because if that man walked into this room tonight and stood in front of us and said, this is bothering my wife so bad, it's causing her problems, it's causing her problems. So, you know, I would say that if this behavior continues, we'll have to at least take the step of censuring a member of this body if that behavior continues. And that's all I have for tonight. Mr. Mead.
December 17th meeting, if we're appointing the new city council member, I would request that we move all the agenda items to where we can have a full council. I mean, the purpose of this body is a collective group of minds working together. So I don't, on a personal level, or from my perspective, I don't want to have a meeting before we're appointing an extra member to our council. So I'm happy to stay late. I mean, it's 9:48, so I'm happy to start early, but only if it's a regularly scheduled meeting when we're voting on the member. And I don't know that we can, so I'm happy to run late.
Can we not vote on the member at the 4 o'clock meeting?
It's supposed to be done at the regular meeting, and that would be a special meeting, so no. You could do it later.
Could we start the regular meeting at 4 o'clock? We cannot do that.
You can start it at 6, right? Yeah.
Right, it's just that she's saying there's so many items they wanted to get started earlier.
So you have your regular stuff at the 4 o'clock, and
could we get
at 6 o'clock we start?
Or you could.
I mean, like ordinance on second reading, for example, or things of that nature that are smaller items that.
That still might be a problem though, because like you're talking about delivery vessels, I don't know if that would be one we could put up there because of the discussion. So it may just be that we just stick with 6 o'clock.
I mean, I agree with what Councilman Mead is certainly saying. I just wish there were a better way around it.
What makes it a special versus a regular? Is it the time?
Yeah.
The time is it. The time is the
Those
defining.
meetings are set like at the end of the year.
I got you.
Like at the December meeting, you will be setting the regular meetings for 2025.
Got you.
So it's kind of like a preset.
And you can't appoint in a special meeting, you can only appoint in a regular meeting?
Yes.
Well,
Right, under the charter.
Right.
So
maybe we should put that out for a little.
but it has to be at the regular meeting.
But I too would like to address the charter amendments, but as well as these other important items, but I feel like we need
I agree.
the whole council. So I would request that we start at 6.
We could try to move some items to January, like we could hear livery vessels, for example, in January and try to pull some other items off of December, if it's okay with council to see a 2-week delay.
On some of those items that won't change, you know, timelines. I mean, if we were holding up a contractor to build, you know, renovations to the landing, we don't want to do that. But
Yeah, if you all are good with that, with the livery park, we can do that in January, and we'll look at some other things that possibly can.
Last thing, I'll be brief. Genuinely one of my favorite parts about being on city council is getting invited to the police department for the new police officers and the promotions, and we had a great one the other day. It was over on the facilities complex. There was a lot of people attending. A lot of people who had never been to them got to attend, and so I appreciate the invitation. And it's always a highlight for those of us not in the department to be able to be a little part of what you do, and we appreciate what you do. And thank you for including us. But it was a really nice event. Makes you proud to be in the city.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Smith.
So I went down to go file to run, and I've been doing some research, and I just have a lot of questions, if you can help me through this. We have this seat that we're going to appoint, and then this seat is up for re-election in March, and once we appoint someone here, is that, I guess, the election in March, this seat stays a 4-year term, or I know his seat's a was a 2-year term? How exactly does that work?
So with, so starting with maybe John Mead's seat. So that was Larry Patrick's seat, and the term would have ended for Larry Patrick in March of 2027. So after that seat was vacated by Mr. Patrick, then the council appointed Mr. Mead to fill the vacancy. But under section 5B of the charter, the appointment term must terminate at the next election held in the city, which is March 2025. So for that seat, handling of the remainder of the term, which would be from March 2025 to March 2027, that's governed by 5C of the charter. And so a separate ballot question is required for the remainder of the Larry Patrick seat term.
So this seat's going to be a 4-year seat.
So,
This seat's going to be a 2-year seat.
I was going to say that, so the John Mead, Larry Patrick seat is a 2-year term, and the council candidate that runs for that seat would be running separately from the 4-year terms. Then the rest of the ones that are up, including this empty seat now, are 4-year terms, and that would appear separately on the ballot. So there would be all the candidates for the 4-year terms plus the 1 2-year term separately. So the 2-year term doesn't compete with the 4-year term.
So when I go to register, I will have to decide at that point in time whether I want to register for a 4-year seat or a 2-year seat.
Correct.
And I can register for either seat.
Correct.
Okay.
That's under 5C of the charter.
Now you got choices.
I do have choices.
Can you give him an 8-year sentence?
Is that another charter amendment?
All right, so 100% clarity on this. The election will have 2 separate lines, and when you go to qualify, you'll have to choose which line you qualify, and one will be a 4-year seat and one will be a 2-year seat.
Yes, and I would like to, reach out to Paul Lux and just make sure he understands that that's going on this year under 5C, because under state law, when you are having municipal elections, the municipal charter applies. So cities are not all handled the same way. They're going to follow their own charters, and each city charter is going to be different. So if it's good with council, I'll talk to him about that.
When will we know that?
Well, his deadline for finalizing the ballot is early December. So probably around the 1st or 2nd week of December, the ballots, I think, will be printed.
We have to let him know by November the 27th.
We'll call him tomorrow.
The ballots will be printed already. Well, how will they know?
But
who
you
they
had a
put on
preliminary
ballot?
discussion
Because we
with
don't
him,
have
right?
to qualify until
Yes.
December 31st.
Right, is what we're talking about.
The advertisement in the newspaper is what has to go out the
Gotcha.
first week of December
Yeah.
about the positions. So that's, yeah.
Kim had a preliminary talk with Paul today. Kim and I talked about it today.
Okay, so 4-year seat, 2-year seat, and then when I go to,
You can pick which one you'd like to run for.
okay.
That's how we used to. We used to seat 1, 2, and 5 or whatnot.
But then what you're saying is I need to wait until you have a conversation with them, or when I go down, he's gonna know that and,
He's gonna want something in writing from
I probably
us, yeah.
need to send him something. Like I said, he has to follow city charters
right,
for this. So it's not the same as what he would do in the state elections.
okay.
And for clarification a little further, there will be that 1 seat for 2 years, and there will be three seats for 4 years. So people will vote on 3 people in this ballot, but only 1 in the 2-year.
That's right.
And the
Clear as mud.
And the
Well,
mayor.
3 people
And-
could
and
follow
the mayor.
And a mayor, and a mayor seat,
So there will
too,
be-
mayor,
Yeah, and a mayor.
vote for 3,
Right.
vote
Yeah.
for 1.
That's
Okay.
right. So if 4 people run and nobody run, somebody has to run for the 2-year term, because the lowest vote getter of the other seats would not get the 2-year term under our charter. That is a totally separate ballot question, so.
Okay. All right, cool. That was my question. I was about to head down there. Whoa, hold on, wait, this is confusing me already. But now it gives me options. So if I can do a 2-year sentence instead of a 4-year sentence.
4 more years.
All right, cool. All right, so
Mr. Walker.
Yes, I want to thank the Boys and Girls Club Shervin Raza in particular and their whole outfit there, Cox Communications, invited us all, I believe. I was able to get to the ribbon cutting of the tech lab upstairs, and man, what they've done up there for those kids, the access to the internet, the stuff that Shervin and his large team there is putting together for those kids. The kids were excited to see it, and just to hear those kids talk about how excited they were, not for the internet gaming, but for the access to education. They had I'm a terrible football guy, but they had he was a Georgia player, went on the NFL, got a Super Bowl ring, Marcus Mitchell, I believe. Incredible story there. He didn't learn to read until he became an adult, and now he has become the Boys and Girls International representative to encourage reading. And so I was able to catch him just a little bit, and he just focused on those kids learning to read, and then of course not only in the books but on the internet, and encouraging them to go to the internet to explore Spain and explore the world on the internet. It was impressive, and they're in there in that environment. Those screens are around them, so I could see them going to around the world travels up there, and those kids were just really excited. So I'd love to thank that group. As far as the charter amendments, I'm sure we all have our independent opinions up here, and we're looking at stacking them up in putting them on December discussion. And that sounds great. I look forward to that discussion, but I would like to direct staff. Two of them, I believe, are quite easy to address in implementation. There will be no charter, there will be no special assessments implemented, obviously, so there's no implementation required there. The compensation, there might be a little bit of implementation there, discussion. The third one is the budget amendment, and it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that when that charter amendment passed, it became effective immediately.
Correct.
So would it be immediately, and the will of the people being expressed to us of what they wanted to see happen to that budget, I think that I'm going to ask staff to start reviewing the budget, and when we do meet in December, to have your first round of drafts of what that implementation would look like. So that's my request to staff, if you could, and if I can have others join me, or is it just me asking staff to move in that direction of implementing the will of the people starting immediately, so that December the 19th we can start looking at the issues that arise and the problem solving that you guys bring to the table of what this may cause in the organization.
Well, the one thing we'll need to discuss in December is the way the ordinance read. It would be it would be fiscal year 25. The prior year would be fiscal year 24. We don't have those actuals yet, and we probably won't have them until March.
That's been one of the main underlying issues. I haven't even closed
we
period
won't know what
12
the
yet.
actuals will be to base
Until
the
March.
numbers off of next month.
Could we prepare the process for council that we would use in March? Like a step-by-step how we plan to implement them, not saying go through the budget and try to guess at actuals. That would not make that much sense right now, but could we set up a process for December?
Yeah, we can
talk about?
Sure, in this build the clock mentality that I have, just so that I get an understanding of it. So the year ended in October 1, right?
September 30th.
September 30th. October 1 starts the new one. So the actuals from that last date of September the 30th, you're saying won't be available until what, March?
Till March.
The
My
actuals.
staff this week is cutting the last AP run for fiscal year 24, because we still have invoices coming in. And then we have to make all of our audit adjustments. The auditors come in January, and then they finalize the audit in March. So we won't have finalized fiscal year 24 numbers until March.
So you said finalized physical numbers. Is there a preliminary physical number, and then we could adjust after that? I mean, is there a preliminary?
Yeah, there's preliminary.
When will the preliminaries be known?
I mean, they're preliminary now.
They're preliminary now, right? Yeah, until they're audited.
Yes.
That's what you're saying, and that makes it the official. And so we've got the preliminary expenses that we're looking at in those two categories. So I would say,
yeah, because you run into when you talk about actuals, you run into, we've got purchase orders that are carried over.
Sure.
That stuff hasn't come in yet, or things aren't finished yet, that carries into where those POs closed out, that would actually count towards
Sure.
the actual expenses. If you just took it on September 30th, you got a lot of money that still hasn't been closed out. That's why we do tons of carryover purchase orders until things are done. So that's what, there's a time process in there to close everything out.
Right, I like that preliminary number that you mentioned, the preliminary figures. I think that beginning to operate off of that, we can make adjustments, you know, if it turns out either through the audit something was off or those invoices coming in or a surprise or whatever else. I think we can make adjustments on there, but I think the intent and the will of council is to implement the will of the people that's been expressed, and so we need to make good faith efforts, and I think that's starting today, not in December myself. That's where I stand on it.
Yeah. What we'll have prepared in December is all the projects that we had budgeted this year. We'll bring forward to council and make a recommendation on what we don't do and what we can do that'll have minimal operational. For example, like the medians on 98, we had plans to irrigate and sod everything down there. That may be a project that's going to increase our operational budget heavily with the utilities, the fertilizing and mowing and everything like that. So those are projects that we will discuss at the December meeting. We'll have a whole list of projects that were previously approved that we'll have to readdress.
Look at and consider, I mean, just listening to that, I know a lot of people want to see those medians out there, and if it's one project at $500,000 estimated or that was approved, and maybe it gets split up into, I mean, that's y'all's problem solving in the financial world. The way you prepare the budget for us, you'll be preparing it based on those preliminary numbers and those outlying projects.
Yeah, that's what we'll have to do. I mean, we got a preliminary, property casualty would be a 10% increase in the next coming up fiscal year that we would be starting in March.
Sure.
As well as all of our software programs that have a built-in operational increase. So, it's not really stuck at a 3% increase. It's because all those other things, it actually be looking at cutting things because of those are things you have to do. The property casualty stuff.
Sure.
So we'll have my point is, it takes us a little bit of time to kind of get the whole plan together.
Sure.
That's why our budget, we start in February, March, and we finalize it in September. I mean, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes a while.
Yeah, and I know waiting on the finalized versus starting to work on the preliminary, I know will show good faith effort in fulfilling the will of the people there with those charter amendments. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Mr. Perry.
I'm almost for a loss of words. But I appreciate, again, the police department and all you do. And also the street cleaners. Let me tell you, my neighborhood looks really, really great. And I appreciate all you guys do. And also the police. The promotions, I think it was the police department. Yeah, I enjoyed that.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate everyone hanging out late with us tonight. It's been a lot of fun. Let's all go home. A lot of fun.